All right, everybody, it's Scoots here, and let's see where we are. We're talking about, I'm loading up Netflix on my old tablet poo, because we're talking about Pastry Week here on the Great British Bake Off Baking Show, and getting it loaded here, then I'll get my notes. I just wanted to check in with you nice and early. I'm also curious if I could just run this without having to, well, it's interesting. It's not, saying Scoots? Oh, I know why. Because, oh no, there we go. Pastry Week. Paul's talking right now to get my subtitles set up. And it opens again with Noel's coming out of a tent. Sandy's like, "Are you awake yet?" He goes, "Yeah, I'm just waking the bakers up." There's 7 bakers in the tent. Wasn't there 12? Well, Paul and Prue are in here. Prue's cooking breakfast. Paul's washing his car, so there's like water spraying out. And then he says, "Sandy, how come you get to sleep in the big house and I'm in this tiny tent with everybody?" And she goes, "Well, I have an irony clause in my contract." And then he says, "Rahul, cut it out, quit splashing." And then we have the kind of talking head saying this week is Pastry Week, the bad boy baking. Dan, we have a shot of Dan thoughtful and staring out the tent. Then we have Swans and the walking in. We have a bit of a contrast with people's internal temperatures, I guess, because we have John in like a Hawaiian shirt and shorts, and then Rahul with a puffy jacket. And he always has this kind of layered look, which I really like, with a denim shirt and then a nice print shirt underneath. Dan also has a strange hat that doesn't match his shirt on. Kind of matches Kim Joy. Kim Joy's talking, oh boy, Kim Joy, guess it's a little early. I didn't have this planned in my notes, but I got to talk about some of Kim Joy's. Kim Joy has the style. So Kim Joy has a necklace on that looks maybe like a whale pendant, a pretty big one, but the whale has white and pink and could be another. Oh, no, I guess it's a koi maybe. I don't know. Part of it is obscured by her blouse. I don't know what you call it, which again has a print on it. I don't know. Is that a Victorian print? I can't see. There's somebody that looks like either a Victorian figure or Raggedy Ann and Andy, which I don't think it is, rowing a boat. And she has on her cupcake pin. And, this is during the talking heads where they all talk about pastries. I guess I was supposed to talk about that. Pastry's not something Dan's done before. He has a shirt. Well, I don't have a good view. Best of luck. Smash it. Kim Joy's like, "Oh, Star Baker, well, what if I go to back down? You know, that's a little stressful." Ruby says, starting off jovial, at the beginning, but now it's more serious. Bryony says, "I believe in myself. I can produce something good. It's just whether it's good enough," which is a good question or way to look at a reality show. They say, "Hello, bakers. Today for the signature challenge, 16-year-old pastry parcels, 1,000 years old," that said, samosas, 6 sweet and 6 savory, with the dip to complement, uniform, skillfully shaped, and beautifully presented. Samosas in uniform, Noel says, "I'm into that." And we might as well cover their shirts, Noel and Sandy's, because he cracks everybody up when he says samosas in uniform, even though I don't get it, but that's not important. He has on like a greenish, an emerald, I'd say. You're right. It's an emerald shirt with hawks or raptors on it in different stages of flight. And then as a contrast, Sandy has on a white shirt with kind of blue woodblock print look of bunny rabbits. So I don't know. I just thought that was important. On your marks, get set, bake. Let's see. Dan and Ruby have never no on samosas. Do I make them? No. Ruby's not into them. If she's entirely honest, layers, textures, not bland. Paul, pastries. This is what Prue and Paul are talking about. Paul's going to look at the pastry. How good are their pastry skills? Is it light, thin, and crispy? Then we see everybody doing oil, flour, salt, water. Don't overwork your dough. Beautiful in its simplicity, but hard to perfect. John puts in too much water. Tough dough, Ruby says. But you don't want it to be soggy. You want a flake and a bit of a bite. Just as important as the dough. Oh, yeah, that's what Dan says. Don't overdevelopment. John's up first. He says, it's like flows like the shirt. I don't know what that means. He says, okay, my samosas are based when I first wooed my wife. There's some alliteration. Cooked her a romantic meal. They said samosas, and he goes, no, chicken and basil with white wine. So I'm doing chicken and pesto. And then orange and vanilla creme patisserie for dessert. And Paul says, okay, I like that. Not as much as I like your shirt. Thank you. And then, Noel says, enough compliments. He goes, by the way, you got orange on your face. Then Ruby's up. She's doing traditional and simple orange, almond for the sweet, simple flavor combinations, traditional samosas, savory, spiced potatoes, peas, and onions, orange-infused date and almond with cumin for the dessert one. And she's like, I have extra pressure to smash the samosas, even though I don't eat them. And Sandy goes, well, I don't make Danish pastries either, so. And she goes, like, people have lives, Sandy. We don't have time to make samosas. Then Rahul's up. He says, yeah, I did have a conversation with my mom about samosas. She made some last night, and she sent me pictures. So he's making his mom's style samosas, traditional from a traditional one, and then the sweet one's going to be ricotta coconut. And then Paul says, we're going to be judging you in what but that's nothing compared to if you don't make it good because your mom will be disappointed. Then Noah goes, I'm your English mommy, right? So you won't disappoint me. You're a winner in mommy's eyes. And I will say that on this episode, he is on fire. Like, he's cracking jokes, not in a way that interrupts, in my opinion. Okay, then Bryony, her husband is her baking advocate. She's doing a peanut butter cheesecake type one for dessert. And Sandy goes, wow. Beetroot and cranberry and spinach for the regular one. Oh, Sandy. Yeah, didn't I say Sandy says, wow. She really likes that cheesecake flavor. Sandy does. And the man is doing a chicken tangine. Her mom usually do one of those in the summer. And then a tartine tatin and her other samosa or something, apple and caramel. Samosas for mom, paying homage to her mom. So it's chicken green olives and lemon confit and apples and caramel on the other one. And then it's just, is the fryer making noise or is that Noel's tummy? If you watch it, he even looks at it before he starts cracking the jokes. Because it's speaking to me. Then we have Kim Joy rolling out her pastry, wafer thin, put it back into it, too posh, Dan says, using a pasta. Oh, he's using a pasta thing to do his samosa dough. He said this is like his husband's idea. Cheese course at Christmas dinner, festive samosas, pear and walnut, savory, and then a caramelized banana and hazelnuts, or chopped banana and caramelized hazelnut. But he's having some dough issues. He's like, I'm not sure. My dough's tearing. He goes, bit of a schoolboy error. I was in the machine for too long, so it's overworked. Then we go outside. We see pheasants. I think a pheasant outside walking through, very picturesque. Some lens flare. Bakers are halfway through. Sandy says, no, tell them that. Then she looks at his hair. He's got 47 chest hairs. Dan has to start batch number 2, push on, difficult techniques. Kim Joy snips herbs, curse of the star baker. There's some pressure, huh? Then Sandy Knoll, somebody has sunglasses on, and they say, okay, half hour. Is that before Kim Joy? Let's see, Kim Joy's snipping. She's doing flavors of India, onion, chili, and paneer, crystallized ginger chai, and Granny Smith apples. This is when they talk about the curse of the star baker. Okay, here comes Nolan Sandy here. Another outside shot. Oh, a dog statue with sunglasses. He goes, next week he's taking over for me. Okay, Bakers, you got a half hour. Oh, good Lord, Dan says. Yeah, he's trying to roll out by hand now. Fry well, friends, Ruby says to hers. Manon does 180 degrees, not all at once. Start the dip. There's lots of trouble. John swears. Paul grins. It's something. Somebody's syrup. And Dan's kind of a mess. Noel egg foil, 10 minutes. Let's get ahead of myself and then go back. Running, Dan face, Ruby, mom's chutney. Oh, let's see. So Kim Joy's got some curdling. Bryony's got some over boiling. So does John. Oh, that's where he gasps. Oh, he says, damn. Oh, wait, I can't say that. But Paul laughs. Orange syrup was over syruped. That's what makes Dan says, yikes, minutes to go. And Dan's pastry has too much water. Man, this was a tough episode to watch. It was like the curse of Terry, where I don't know if Dan got Terry's spot. Oh, Noel's juggling eggs. He drops one. So that's 10 minutes. Kim Joy, she's writing things on hers. Dan and John paints a picture. Oh, John says that to Dan. Final touches. Time is up. Bryony does a swoosh. Dan starts ducking. Let's see. Rahul's coming out. Dan's grimacing, actually. There's Ruby's mom's chutney. Yeah, Bryony's doing, Pythagorean theorems because they're triangles, Kim Joy says. John says, Dan, your face paints a picture. Manon frowns as hers come out. Hers has exploded. Dan still has to make a ganache while Kim Joy's frosting hers. Raul's stressed as usual. Bryony's spray painting. Everybody's rushing. And Ruby, these are the judging. Ruby, beautiful, crispy, spicy, perfectly sweet. She gets a handshake. Dan, well done, Rubes, she says. John, quite soggy, but delicious. Sweet flavors are great. Bryony's so beautiful. Pastry's perfect. Sweet too, but a bit gluey. But best looking ones. Oh, there's a duckling out in the, maybe that's what I put in my other notes. Kim Joy, Pythagoras, light but missing something. Apple chai is lovely. Dan, yours are hard to cut, tough. And then he says something. They say, when you lie, your face gets red, like a leather. Rahul, authentic. Paul stares his stress. Absolutely delicious texture. Melts in your mouth. So moist. Prue grabs him. And he gets a handshake from Paul. He says, your mother will be proud. And they say, yours are split and a bit thick. Too much potato, too dry on the sweet one. Disappointing. So that was a rough round for Manon. Let's see. Caramel's too thick as a dipping sauce. Disappointing. Yeah, that's what Prue says. And John or Dan said, not like Manon to miss the flavor. And they say, John and Dan are saying, anybody could go home. Then we see a butterfly and a flower or moth, some tulips. Manon saying, not happy. I'm going to have to do good later. Raul says, it's great to be appreciated by Paul Hollywood. The way he does it by shaking your hand. Ruby laughs, saying her hands were sweaty. I had clammy hands when he gave me a handshake. Should have toweled them off. But I wasn't expecting it. Bryony's very happy she produced a signature. That looks really nice, but as opposed to being messy. She says, yeah, finally. Dan says, I got to get in the top 3 in the technical or the top. And he laughs. He's nervous. He must have had a bad week. I mean, not just on this, like I'm guessing. You never know sometimes. But really, I mean, I guess it's just the competition's up, too. Oh, then we had Bryony's dress. I guess I'll talk about it. Thoughtful Dan, flavors. Okay, so then they say, okay, something about man and an English husband. What? Folding back. Kim Joy. Hey, Mr. Handshake. Noel and Bryony. Paul, who walks out for Peru. They're doing Petit d'Amour. The Well of Love is the thing. Puff pastry, choux pastry, compote, and creme pâtissier in 2 hours. And everyone makes a face because they have no idea what it is. You get set, bake. And people are like, have you ever even heard of this? No idea. Let's see, man. Says, yeah, no, I've never seen this. Fancy French pastry 250 years ago. John says, don't even know what a well of love is. Noel says, well, it's thought to be scandalous connotations. And this is funny because it's like the Wind-Up Bird Chronicle, but different. John says, maybe it's a well where you make love. That didn't happen in, like Wind-Up Bird Chronicle, but there's a lot of wells in that book. Then Paul and Prue are talking about how to make it perfect with the choux pastry and the compote and the creme pot blowtorch at the top. And he says, I got to try one of these. And Prue goes, can you believe we got to eat 7 of them? Because I'll probably eat them all. Compote work. Noel and Bryony. So this is just some of the stuff. John, don't drink. You got to heat the stuff, the goop. I don't know if that's the creme pâtissier, the choux pastry till it burps. Thick, but no idea. Thick something. No idea what it is. Oh yeah, Noel says to man, and how come you don't know what this is in France? She goes, oh, I've lived here for a long time in England. Then this seems a little bit quaint, I guess, saying, how come you haven't found an English husband? Rollings going on, layering techniques to get your puff pastry layers. Tic-tac, tic-tac, that's what Manon says. Kim Joy puts hers in the fridge. Oh, Sandy calls Raul Mr. Handshake. And he goes, Noel already did that. And then he's asking Bryony about her handshake. Paul who? Paul Hollywood. Oh, yeah, he's all right. And he says, well, just watch out for Peru. Let's see. Yeah, they're making the creme pot, making the compote, strawberry and raspberry compote, it looks like. Kim Joy says she's feeling pretty confident. And there's like some egg separation going on. Oh, John drinks his eggs. I have this in the notes. I don't know if I'm behind or in front of the show. I guess I'm in front of it because, yeah, now Dan's heating until it burps. Dan's shirt is a cupcake and it says Srebuch. It's like a smiling cupcake, I think, or maybe it's an ice cream cone. I think it's an ice cream cone, cake cone. Oh, Nolan Sandy, a hot cross bun. She's doing like one of those things where you a picture puzzle. Toad in the hole, though, Noel's guess. She's doing a hot cross bun, but make a shoe. Okay, everybody's making their shoe. I don't know what a shoe is. It seems like some sort of combination of flour and a cream. But it could be like a shoe, a roux. What is that called when you mix flour, carrots, celery, and butter? Is that a shoe? It's different because this is a pastry, but roll it out into rounds. Piping. Let's see. How do you space it out? Sandy and Kim Joy are talking. No idea. Ruby says, oh, fudge. She says, read, Rubes, read. Noble sugar. Something bake. 15. How long you bake it for? 10, 15, 20. Dan forgot to put the sugar on his, so he has to reopen his oven, which can cause the things to collapse. Let's see, puffing up, overwatching, too much of love to give. Dan problems. Ruby takes hers out. Hers are a little burnt. We see a bird, a hawk, or eagle in the sky. The drone shot, our left, nibbled sugar. And then as it gets close to the end, we have Dan. From the beginning, he's staring out in the rain, holding his face. 5 minutes, compote and cream over the top. Then you brulee the sugar. Kim Choi says, I bought a blowtorch recently, but I was a little freaked out by it. Brulee, rising music, bakers, that is the end. Ruby and Dan stress. John seems pleased. Sandy, please place your wheels of love behind your photos. Then we have the bakers sitting, the typical judging sitting shot. Let's see. Some of them are coming out of the oven looking more like pretzel rolls just because of the shades. Let's see. Frowns of bakers. Dark. Not enough compote. That must be somebody's thing. Sitting bakers. Let's see. The show's just had Dan staring outside. Now the assembly. The blowtorching and the sugaring. Oh, John's quite pleased. Dan is not. Everybody places their things up there. And now everybody's sitting. Most everybody's frowning when the judges come out. 6 perfect petite d'amour. A dish of flaky puff pastry, rings of choux pastry, topped with creme brulee Patisserie. Creme brulee Patisserie. Okay, so Manon is one. Quite dark. Not enough compote or cream. Or creme pot, aeration in the shoe, though. Crispy base, a bit dark. Moving on, this one's a bit more color, very good compote, fantastic aeration. That's John. Kim Joy M, they say, quite that painfully thin or something. Flavor's nice, quite flat, that's what they say. Painfully thin. Ruby, like too soft when piped, well piped maybe, brown, so overcooked maybe, a little bit too soft when piped, and as I can taste the burnt in that. Raoul, original not bad, dark but pretty good. Quite firm, creme pat, delicious, though. Moving on, flat, it seems to have split, not cooked enough, the shoe's not cooked enough, no well. I'll eat some anyway, Prue says. She says components are fine, but the pastry, that's a shame. And last one is briny, neat, nice color, taste is delicious, good piping. So then they do the things, goes, where's Dan? I have like 7 Ruby, 6 John, 5 Kim Joy, 4 Manon, 3 Rahul, 2 John, and 1 Bryony. Maybe Dan came in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think there's 8 though. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, Dan. Bryony is so happy. She goes, awesome. Like when they do the talking heads, well done. All the elements, John. Oh, this is when they're talking to John, though. But afterwards, the talking heads, so we'll get to that part. But Bryony's were uniform and delicious. So she's happy. Oh, yeah, she claps. She's got a blue Band-Aid on this week. I can't believe it. Never thought I'd come in first in a technical. This is awesome. Ruby says, I can make shoe. She's really good on TV. She really always has the things. Manon says, well, it went better. Then she goes, so tomorrow I got to keep getting better. She goes, and then it'll be fine. Dan's a little embarrassed. A terrible day. He goes, I need to have a drink. He goes, I feel like I can't bake. Then we see the bees, the flowers, a bird in the water or on top of the water. More flowers, and walk back, just out of curiosity, just in case, I don't know what the last walk back was, but it's John and Raul side by side, Dan and Manon, Kim Joy, Bryony, and then Ruby last. Then we have the table talk, soaring success of Bryony. Prue's like, geez, yeah, I'm really happy. I didn't know she was going to last, and now she's in line for Star Baker. Obviously, Raul's always there. Sandy and Noel think about betting on different people. Who's in trouble? Dan. Surprising, because Dan's one of our top stars. Manon had trouble with those samosas. Ruby did bad in technical, but she got a handshake in the samosas. And they go, yeah, now we're down to 7, wide open field. Then we do the outside shot. Hello, Baker. So you shape a biscuit, a sharing pie for your show, a shaped banquet pie for your showstopper, Tudor banquet pie. And as a matter of fact, they go, in the shape of a banquet? No, not exactly. Beautifully decorated, impressively shaped sharing pie. Hand-shaped, it's got to be. Just like you'd have at a Tudor banquet. Any filling, any pastry. Shaped by your own hands, though. And you got 3.5 hours on your mark. Get set, bake. So then they have like chopping and stress talk. It has to be ornate, like for a king or a queen's table, by the way. Juice can't leak out, not dry or soggy. When you use your hands, you can give it an artistic flair. Ornate pie. Bryony's going to do the Mad Hatter's hat with Alice's legs sticking out. And then they say, what's going to be in there? Venison. They go, so I think Sandy says, you're putting like Bambi in the Alice in Wonderland hat. Savory pancakes. Prue's a little bit worried about time. And she goes, get to work because you're running. You got to get to work. Also, Bryony has an Alice in Wonderland dress on with Alice, the White Rabbit, cards, hearts, other card with symbols from cards. Down the rabbit hole banquet pie. So it looks like the Mad Hatter's hat, rich layers of mushroom, sweet potato, and venison. And Sandy's kind of dismayed. Time is a gift, Sandy says. Let's see this, because make sure to save it as a quote. As Bruce says, I'm worried about time. Come on, Paul, let's leave the girl. Good luck. You're late for a very important, the hurrier I go, the behinder I get. Oh, Sandy, time is a gift every minute, every second. Most of the bakers are sticking with traditional pie pastry. That's quick to produce, but some people are doing a hot water, like pastry thing. Kim, Joy, Dan, John. are doing puff pastry, the heavy metal of all bakes. Ozzy and Slipknot in a puff pastry, according to John. The wait will be worth it. Dan's doing a fish scale detail, scale and tail, not sure. Paul's face says it's shaped like a fish with fish. So Paul's kind of making a face. Layers of rice, smoked salmon, and an egg, which does sound good, especially for a brunch, maybe. So he goes, I don't know if it's a good idea. And then Kim Joy's doing Silky the vegan mermaid. Again, Kim Joy is just so delightful and so visionary so creative, I guess. And Noel says he's played a merperson before, a merman. I think he says that he speaks mermaid or something. But yeah, hers has got hair, everything. She's not afraid to use glitter, and it's going to have veggie flavors, butternut squash, caramelized onion, feta, beetroot. Oh, Old Greg. Yeah, that's the merman. And Noel says, yeah, it was a demanding role for me. Then John's doing a Welsh dragon pie. Please something Welsh, Sandy says. He goes, yeah, fires comes from chili infused, and it's going to be green. So everybody laughs at that. And he's mashing, and Sandy says, what is that, a toilet brush? He goes, no, this is my masher. Then we see a bird in the sky. We go to Dan, Louise End Pastry, wait for to chill. Let's see what this says. Dan's meat mincer. The old meat mincer. The meat wincer. Somebody, when they, that's me. They call me the meat wincer. Like when I meet someone, I wince, just naturally. Okay, so Dan's waiting for his pastry. Everybody who has with their puff pastries is waiting for him to chill while everyone else is moving forward with construction. Rye pancake for the bottom of the pastry to keep from leakage. Helps with the moisture, Brian, he says. Ruby's adding in rice to keep out the soggy bottom. Rahul is doing a butterfly with a curry filling. It's the flavors I had as a child. I'm trying to reciprocate it in my own way. Butterfly pie. They can fly twice as high with lamb curry. And it'll have beautiful colors, intricate shaping. Oh, that he is he's making the tentacles. Noel says tentacles. He goes, yeah, tentacles. And he goes, antennae. And he goes, no, the ones they use for the nectar. That's a tentacle. Noel goes, no, it's a tongue. And he says, you say tentacle, I say antennae. Let's call the whole thing off. And he walks away. Raul some frowns. Then we go to Ruby. She's doing a crown with jewels and everything that she had seen a while ago. Beneath the jewels of the crown, chicken curry, rice base, nigella seeds. She's doing some, what do you call that, rope work or whatever. And so is Raul. So she goes, I can't believe this. I'm so sick of him being so good. Noel spends a little bit of extra time there eating her curry. He says, hey, this is delicious. Not what I expected. It's got a kick. He goes, that's good. She laughs. She says, can you talk to me on your own spare time? Because I'm trying to bake here. No, she doesn't say that. I'm just imagining. John, layers. Kim Joy's doing her layers. So they're trying to do their folding and everything of their puff pastry, trying to go as fast as possible. Paul's staring at Dan. John says, Dan, are you okay? He goes, no, I'm still waiting, man. Dan's gambling on the perfect puff. So he's going for a gamble for perfect. I got to have it perfect and be impressive or else, I'm out. So it's a bit terrifying, but I got to go for it. I don't know if I'm going to have enough time. And then we see Wheat outside fighting for survival, man. And she's doing a Poppy the octopus. She says, I'm making Poppy the octopus. It's going to have fish, scallops, salmon paste, and it's going to be like, oh, what is Poppy eating? And then they say, hopefully it'll keep her afloat for another week. And then Paul says, make sure it comes out the best you can make it come out, how you want it to come out. Then we see some parsley, I think, outside, wild parsley. Bakers are halfway through. So if you got a pastry that you need cooking, put it in the oven. Baking, cooking, whatever. What's this show? Am I in a dream? I love you, John. So like I said, he's on fire. That's not even his last round of jokes. Then the assembly's going on for most people on the deck, pre-baking assembly. Some are going in the oven, starting to bake. Poppy's going to go for an hour and 15 minutes. Bryony forgot her steam holes, which are important to get the moisture out so you don't have a soggy bottom. Noel says, who's your favorite baker, Raul? He goes, I'm not going to tell you. John? He goes, I'm not saying anything. He goes, what about Ruby and Manon? Because I love them like sisters. I can't choose a favorite. He goes, who's your favorite? Just like an older brother, kind of. It's pretty funny. Then Sandy and Brian are talking, and then the assembly's going on, a little bit against time on the puff pastry people. They got to get it in the oven. Kim Joy gets hers in. She's turning it on. John gets his in, but Dan is still behind, humming with, goes, hopefully I got time. I don't think I could handle messing up 3 in a row. Paul's watching. They say Dan has lost track of time. 45 minutes left. So he's obviously he says, I got to get mine in. But I still need one more piece for the back. And yeah, he's just off. He's just he's having a really off weekend. Brian, he's doing assembly. And Kim Joy are watching their ovens. Raul's pie is leaking. It might mean it's underbaked. Ruby says, I would ask Dan if he wants help, but it'd probably stress him out. John says, Dan, you okay? And he goes, I can't imagine. I don't know he goes, I can't imagine if Dan's going to be there. Noel's interviewing him, and he goes, by the way, you only have a half hour, dude. And he goes, I'll leave you alone. So Dan finally gets it in the oven. Paul's watching, kind of gleefully, unfortunately. Ruby's decorating in the oven. Bryony's making a croquet thing for hers. Manon's laughing and saying, wow, that looks really good. And then she says, what if Poppy's too simple? Well, we'll see. Well done, Bryony. Bryony says, thanks. Now then this was so if you're English, let me know about this. This is with 13 minutes left. John and Noel are eating this candy. Fancy a flying saucer. Okay, they're called flying saucers, and they have some sort of fizz in the middle with a polystyrene flavor. I'm on my space hopper. I got my flares on. And then Noel does it where he rips it open and just eats the candy. That's the way. And we see a squirrel, some more flowers. 15 minutes, Sandy says. Dan says, oh, good Lord. Let's see what else we have. No, 150. Seasonal puff pastry, 44. Oh, this was at 45 minutes. Fizz candy, 15 minutes. Poppy has exploded. Poppy don't explode, Manon says. Paul and Noel, or somebody, he's on fire. Oh, that's at the end. We'll do that. Maybe that's another one. I don't know. I'll see if I can catch his next round of jokes. There's a lot of leakage going on with everybody. Dan's stressed, his hands on his face. Final decorations. I'm doing it. Bit of a baby. Can't turn the oven any hotter, Dan says, man. So I'm in trouble. 1 minute, take the pie out. And now, final touches. Dan's really stressed, spray painting his thing. Time is up. Ruby hugs Dan. And she says, okay, everybody's trying to do their final touch-ups. And then there's this funny thing with Noel I'll do. There's a lot of liquid for John's I just saw. Right, my lovelies, time is up. But Ruby says, yeah, Dan, yours looks good. So off you pop, kids. So they send him out at first, because I guess they get to shoot the table talk, one more table talk. There he is skipping out, a pie skipper, Noel says, and he says, and then there was just one, a man alone with his thoughts in a canvas tent, in an empire of pastry. Then he kisses the camera. Then we see wheat against the moon or the sun. And another flower, a couple rising shot to the flowers to the tent. Then it's time to face the judgment of Paul or Peru. Kim Joy, silky, so Kim Joy, extra thick, which is worrying. The onion works, but it's too soggy, as the judges, what they say. But it looked really good. Ruby, good plating or whatever whatever you do with that. It's held together lovely, really good, tasty, crisp, and delicious. Rahul, love the colors, a little bit something. Love that beautiful, perfectly balanced, beautifully cooked, perfectly balanced. I think his was a little bit soggy too. Then John, they say, the dragon must have lost a flight where it's its wings. And John says, not all dragons have wings. Oh, really? They say, okay, this is like a monster sausage roll. It's delicious, but a bit wet. Dan's, they say, this looks like a monkfish. It does not look appetizing. It looks like a raw fish. And as a matter of fact, it's not cooked. It's raw all around. And Paul says, this is not a celebration of pastry. For Mannins, they say it does not look like an octopus because it doesn't have tentacles, a paper stuck to the bottom, needed longer, too much salt, too salty and dry. And then Bryony goes, they say, you are dark horse, Bryony, playing croquet. Oh, has playable croquet. But whoever goes, I don't know if it's Prue or Paul, you missed baking. They say, okay, normally with a big pie like this, it'll flood out when you cut it, especially with whatever that is in there. But hers stays together. Paul says, well done. They see a little bit too much venison. Then she gives Prue a drink, and Noel says, pure Prue, man. Oh, it was port, pure Peru with port, and she's laughing, and they say, you're even like Mad Hattery. Then everybody claps. They're happy for Bryony. Useful feedback, Bryony says. Okay, it would be amazing to be Star Baker, but we'll have to see. Mannon's a little bit stressed. Wasn't my week. She goes, if I get to next week, I'll be happy. I don't know if I can speak on camera anymore. She says, then we go to the table talk. We see the duck. Really a celebration of Bryony's flourishing right now. Because they say, geez, Bryony really stopped the show. It was fantastic. The whole Alice in Wonderland from 1 to 88 was in there. And the shape, she's really, and then Rahul though they're in line for Star Baker. Flavors are good. Ruby's was good, though, too. Her flavor combinations were right. Baking was good, but she kind of had to save herself. Bruce says, yeah, not Star Baker. Paul says, well, they say, what about Manon? Too much salt, eh? Yeah, that was the only one with the filling that didn't work. She's in the danger zone. Really disappointing. And they go, and the salmon, it was like an illusion cake. but it's like a real fish. But the pastry wasn't good. I was disappointed because he's been so good. And he was even star baker. And they said, yeah, he's got a gift. He could be at the finals. And this is a rough one, because we come back. There's hand holding, pastry filled week. One person really impressed, and we get to face shots, everyone's faces, stellar performance. I'm delighted to say Bryony's our star baker. And she laughs. She closes her eyes when she laughs sometimes, which you can say, oh, she's really happy. And everybody else is clapping for her, which is really nice, and patting her. And then Noel says, I got the horrible job. Holy moly. He looks like he's going to cry even. And we can't believe it, except that I've seen this episode like 4 times, so I can be just because I'm disappointed to lose Dan. I'm not disappointed in Dan. I just think I've had weeks like this. Everybody's like giving him hugs. They say you had a great run. And we can't believe it because, at least in my mind, I said I had Dan making it to the finals for sure, winning. And he goes, but this was a bad week. Wouldn't have taken Nostradamus to figure that out. Him and Kim Joy have a moment. And Dan kind of puts it, he goes, let's see, let's quote Dan directly because it's so beautiful what he says. He says, I had some good moments. And as a stay-at-home parent, sometimes you don't get to feel special or important. So it's been quite nice to do something nice for me. And there's a long pause on his face, which, you get emotional. Bruce says, it's a pity. You're a great baker. And Paul says, pastry can be tricky. And that was probably Dan's Achilles heel. And John says, man, I can't believe you're going, mate. Paul says, man, you got to do better. And she goes, yeah, no pressure. And then they say, great job, Bryony, very proud. And Prue loves Bryony. So she goes, such a pleasure to see her bloom. And Prue must be an amazing person because just the way people talk about her when she's not around. Maybe I'm projecting. Then Bryony calls her family. They're so happy for her. I say, well done, her mom. Well done, mommy. And that's how it ends. Quite a good episode. That's the end of pastry week. Hey, patrons, hey, everybody, I was just recording for 10 minutes, and none of it got recorded. So the thing is, I was only on page 3 of my notes. So here we are. We're talking about Collection 6, Episode 7, Vegan Week. It opens with the teaser, the thing of like everything not going well. And everybody working, couple jokes, soggy bottoms, stiff peaks. And then we have our little comment, toppling towers of baking. And then we have our comedy, like the intro. Then we have a comedy sequence. Noel singing a song he wrote called Vegan Week. I'm a happy cow now because it's Vegan Week. There's no dairy and meat. Why don't you chop up a leek because it's Vegan Week? And him and Sandy are sitting in director's chairs, blue ones that say Sandy, Noel, Paul, Prue. Paul and Prue's are empty. There's a dancing cow, like two people dressed as a cow. And she says, you write that song? He goes, yeah, it's Moo Wave, a new kind of music. And he sings again, why don't you chop up a leek? They also make a joke of like, that's Paul and Prue and the cow, and poor Prue's behind Paul. And he had beans for breakfast or whatever, sausage. So that's your comedy sequence to start, director's chairs. And then we have the talking head sequence. Bryony talks about last week winning. And then, oh boy, what does that mean? John kind of talks about that he doesn't eat a lot of vegetables or vegan food. Kim Joy says, Jesus, is going to be tense. Ruby says, oh gosh, I can't believe what a dream that they brought out Vegan Week for the first time ever. And then we get ready for is this the signature challenge? Yeah. And they say, okay, no meat, eggs, butter, or honey. And Noel makes a joke. He has a friend, Ralph, who's a bee. But they're supposed to make 8 savory tartlets, 4 with two, each with two sets of 4 in different fillings, with a vegan short cut pastry that no one would be able to tell is vegan. Noel and Sandy also have amazing shirts on, each of them, though Noel's shirt may be more of like a light jacket. Then everybody starts prepping, and then they're saying, oh, it's going to be hard making vegan stuff. The challenge is usually use butter and eggs to create a short pastry. But that's an option here, so you got to create texture somehow. And Bruce says, you got to deliver on the flavor, which they can do, but can they do it vegan style? So we go outside, everybody says, okay, in convention, you would say, okay, you'd have butter, but so you need some kind of fat man, and says, with a butter ban, first alliteration, and to get a golden finish, you could use coconut oil, olive oil, avocado oil. Some people are using, vegetable shortening, vegan margarine is what vegetable oil and vegan Ruby's using. So everybody's getting their stuff together. They had 2 hours to do it. Delicate balance. Bryony's making French onion tartlets and some sort of celeriac and apple tartlet. A little root vegetables. And Prue's concerned that it's going to be too sweet and it's supposed to be savory. So she says, warning. John, he's not into vegan weeks, but he's making falafels and hummus for one. And then garlics and mushrooms. Paul's very quiet this week, they say, because it's vegan week. Manon is making summer and winter tarts. Let's see, right now the TV's on, or my tablet's on John, and they're talking about, making one by one. Okie dokie, I'm going to have a go. Then Manon's talking about her summer and winter tartlets. Summer's ratatouille. It's 2 T's, I know. I have to apologize to my friend Chris, because he worked at Pixar when that movie came out, and I still would disagree with him and say, no, it's Ratatouille. And he'd say, no, it's not. And I'd say, well, I think it is. So I'm sorry, because that can be really a pain. But now I can just say I have no idea how to pronounce it anymore, because they got so mixed up. Everybody's talking about not getting a soggy bottom. When they do that's like a definite, with making the tarts, it's a concern. We got to talk about Sandy's shirt, which has dragonflies, moths, and even, what is that, pink flamingo on it, I think. I don't know. I don't have a view of it. Dragonfly, chill that dough, yo. Rahul is roasting roasted vegetable roses. Then Noel gives him a hard time. Are you being positive this week? He goes, no. I'm just counting my days down. He goes, well, you're not being negative, are you? He goes, you're going to be dancing around in this tent one day. He goes, yeah, I don't know about that. Bryony's caramelizing onions. There's a lot of prep going on. Falafels. Ruby's talking about how her leeks could cause soggy bottom. And then she has nutritional yeast, which... I feel like that's popular in California. I think it's popular in other places, but they kind of seem surprised, and they don't even want to smell it. Sandy says full pass, but Paul says, oh, interesting. That's interesting. Like, and I think Bruce says, yeah, kind of like Parmesan. But yeah, even in the Daily Harvest meals, they have one with nutritional yeast that's really good. It's called the Cheese Bowl with a Z. Sandy says, I had to give it up. Maybe she's serious. I don't know. Then Kim Joy talks about tofu. She says it's bean curd, right? She's making like a tofu quiche. And she says normally she has her tofu with soy sauce. She really enjoys it. Manon talks about soggy bottom too, as blind baking begins. I liked that triple iteration. And also, the coolest thing ever said in the episode is Kim Joy says squirrels are cool. She also says, I'm not really an animal person. I love animals for art, but I don't spend a lot of time around them. John's behind schedule. He has a nice shirt on. It's like a lemon shirt with a blue background. Then Noel appears with like a plastic pineapple drink and an inflatable flip-flop, like a pool float for like the timer. Everybody's putting their beans in and trying to figure out, with the beans in their tartlets, how long do they need to go for? Then there's also, we see all these like behind Noel and Sandy, some like outdoor garden stuff. Of 1 hour left. John says, man, I'm behind. Noel says, don't worry, I'm a time lord. Do you want me to change time for you? Oh, let me see. Let's pause it here on Sandy and Noel so we can talk about Sandy's shirt also has. So originally I thought it was a dragonfly shirt. Then I said, no, there's moths on there. Now I see that there's also a flamingo and some dinosaurs. So her shirt just gets cooler and cooler. And then Noel's shirt, his is like more of a silken satin type shirt or sateen. And again, it could be a zip-up jacket. It's comic book panels. I don't know if it's from a specific comic book or it's just a style of the shirt because I don't have, I haven't been able, I'll try to pause it if we get really close. I don't know if there's any I don't have the, resolution to see something super zoomed. Okay, so we get more beans cooking, butternut squash, people adding ingredients. John's frying his falafels, turmeric paste. Then we go to another time check. Noel and Sandy are playing croquet outside. Oh, there's Rowley's making a chickpea curry. Ruby's like, man, that smells good. Noel keeps he does a lot of stopping by Ruby's stop. I don't know what's going on with those two. Even John just shook his head. He's like, wait a second. Everybody's trying to deal with their beans. Beans are spilling. Beans are getting measured. I want to see this croquet shot, so I'm trying to pay attention for it. Second stage of my blind baking. Hopefully now that I've removed the baking beans, these will cook in 8 minutes. Everybody's looking, frying falafels. It's John. Looks like he had a card at the end of his station, like a greeting card. I thought it was his tamarind paste in there too. Let's see. They're playing croquet. Half an hour left. Sandy runs back. No, that's my ball. She says, Noel says straight through. There's some shrinkage because it was too hot. Raul now says soggy bottom. Then there's an assembly sequence. Man and French fool. Oh, French food. French food is simple and delicious. Got it. A cheese alternative, double question mark. Then Noel says, mouse beds, Mannon's little trays, because she has rectangular tart trays for one of her tarts, where most people have circular ones for all their tarts. Oh, goat's cheese alternative is what Brian is using. I said, here's an alternative to goat's cheese. No goat's cheese, because I taste the goat in goat's cheese. Yeah, so there's her little tarts, like mouse beds. So cute. Then everything goes back in the oven. John runs out of filling. He's in a rush. I think Noel says you got a vegan or bust or something. And then everybody assumes Kim Joy's vegan because of her style, which I guess I said, what? My daughter said, well, come on, Dad. So they like think she's a vegan expert, but really she's just cool. She like thinks squirrels are cool. He goes, Noel says, you look like you might know your way around a vegan restaurant. You just have a vegan air about you. He goes, yeah, I guess. John says, I'm not going to be Star Baker. He's something about tart. He says tarty. He dropped one of his tarts on the floor. And they're not even cooked. And he said, I'll just leave them in the oven as long as I can. Oh, Ruby says tardy. 5 minutes. Someone uses a D word because they're running behind. Oh, I think because people are like touching the hot thing because of the timing. Kim Joy's making an invisible squirrel out of acetate. I got to figure out what this acetate stuff is. 5 minutes left. Manon says, make it pretty. Buy a stem. I don't know what that means. Let's see. There's the squirrel acetate with paprika. Everybody's making their assembly. What would be good would be like one of these tarts, but with Thanksgiving food. You could do it all in one tart. I'm definitely doing that for Thanksgiving, for prep of Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving tart. Wouldn't be vegan, of course. She puts a nut. She gives the squirrel a little nut. Maybe that's what it was. 1 minute, one vegan minute. Oh, yeah. Everybody's putting their stuff at the end. Final touches, big music. And then the last for pieces of touch. And then they say time is up. John frowns outside. They do an outside shot. Then we have the judges. They say, Manon, okay, it looks good, well baked, it cuts through. Bruce says it's mild but delicious. Coconut works, very good, decent jib. That doesn't make sense. A decent job, I would say. Let's see. Ruby, they say the shape is good. Paul says, I can taste the broccoli something. Pastry's nice. Can't taste anything else, so. Paul says something doesn't like green on his tomatoes. Overall, sage, nothing extra. Something. We'll see what it says. Manons that are tapping. Rahul, lovely, too much filling, crumbly but holding together. Bruce shakes her head. This is poetry. Wow, poetry melts in your mouth. Fantastic. Thank you. And everyone is like dancing with joy when Rahul gets praised. They say, Brian, yours feels a bit flexible, rubbery, so weird. It tastes like apple pie. Second one is better, very nice, and the onions are more like hot dog onions. Okay, let's go back to Ruby's because I couldn't read my writing. Consistent in color, good start, good shapes. How'd you get out with the cheese mixture? I think it tasted good. Paul tasted, he says, yeah, I can taste the broccoli. And I can taste the broccoli. Oh, that's what he said, broccoli twice. Says underwhelming. I was expecting more flavor. Pastry's nice, so. But yeah, and Bruce says I can taste a tiny bit of chili, and that's it, broccoli and chili. Oh, Paul doesn't like green on his tomatoes. Like he says, cut the green off, I guess, and which I guess kind of makes sense. And I think it's a little spicy for Paul. The second one, he says, I can taste the chili, sage, a bit of heat, but not much else. So then Raul says some poetry. Okay, then we're on John's. They say, where's the rest of it? Quite unfinished, untidy, undercooked. They do look a mess. The gluey, rubbery, awfully heavy. Falafel-like flavor's not bad, though. Kim Joy, they say neat, artistic, layers nice. Coconut pastry's amazing. Then you get the cooling from the tofu. I like this one. Delicate, flavor good, delicious, flaky, buttery. And she gets a handshake, from Paul. So that's impressive. And I mean, it's got to be good, feel good for her. And then we get the talking heads sequence afterwards. Let's see what they say here. It's the first ever vegan week. Trust me. Let's see, they're still eating. On this one, they're still complimenting Kim Joy. They're saying, oh boy, this is delicious. Thank you, she says. What a relief. Extreme joy. John says, man, vegan does not. I'm still going to smile. Ruby says, they were underwhelmed. I'm underwhelmed. I got to pick myself back up and carry on. Okay, then they say, okay, you got to practice that one, but not this one. So for this first ever vegan technical, trust me, trust yourselves, and it will work. That's what Peru says. And they're making pavlovas, which is something, we'll explain it when they explain it. See, I love Sandy, though. She is able to say, okay, this is a trust exercise, a vegan tropical fruit pavlova, which is a vegan meringue discs, no egg whites, a sandwich with coconut pastry, cream, and tropical fruit, crispy on the outside, marshmallowy on the inside. Lovely. You got 2.5 hours to do this. I was still asking, is that a jacket or shirt? No. For the meringue, they're going to use aquafaba, which is chickpea liquid instead of egg whites. Then we have like table talk with Brew and Paul. What could go wrong? Well, this aquafaba meringue is much more fragile. So they got to remember that. Then we have where they're doing kind of the recipe reading and the whisking. And then there's talk about chickpea juice. You know, Noel's not sure. And then I think it's Ruby who says, who discovered this? Who was it? Said, well, just whip up some chickpea juice and see what happens. There's also talk about over or under whisking it. Trying to figure out has it peaked, and then is it going to hold its shape, which it ends up that it does spectacularly. Then people start piping. It seems all right. They're doing the edges. They're supposed to be doing decorative edges. Let's see. What is Kim Joy does not like something, which we'll get to in a second. Ruby just said, I'm going to whisk the heck out of chickpea juice. Let's see, where's this Kim Joy thing? I want to see what happens here. Oh, she doesn't like the technical challenges. She really dislikes those ones. So then they have to bake the meringue so it's dry on the outside. So do a low heat for 1 hour, 75 minutes. Stress starts to hit Kim Joy and John. And they say, that's a fact. You got 1 hour left. And then everybody's starting to make the pastry cream, coconut milk, corn flour, use the force even. I think Noel says that to somebody. Then they have a portable inflator. Sandy tries to inflate Noel with a portable inflator like you'd use to blow up a giant pool float that looks like a flip-flop. And that's when we're down to a half hour, very quickly getting there. Not for nothing. What should we wait? Should we cool it? Should we just, get it out? Kim Joy's trying to get more crisping. Let's see, how much time? Work fast. Let's see, this is stress. Oh boy, is it fragile. I think Ruby's trying to fill her gaps with white chocolate, like on her meringue. Other people are having other things. You have 15 vegan minutes left. What is going on the screen? This is when the baking's going on. Everybody's trying to say, oh boy, is it going to bake? Maybe I'll turn the oven off and leave it in there. Bryony and Raul will do that. Should we leave it in? Should we take it out? Oh boy. Kim Joy's, hers is stressed because hers is kind of breaking up. But I don't even know how long to put it in there. Melting white chocolate, chill the chocolate, put it in. Oh boy, getting a little bit worried here. We got to work a little bit faster. Gonna take it out. Don't want it to be chewy though. Now everybody's just coming out of the oven. So that's when they do their next round of assembly. Everybody's trying to get it off the paper, which is hard, and turn it over because it is so delicate. And some people are successful and some people aren't. It is very fragile. I don't know. Kim Joy's, she had the hardest time with hers, is breaking apart. Yeah, then Ruby's painting white chocolate on hers. Kim Joy's got hers. Trying to get it in the fridge or the freezer. Better put a wiggle on. Then they're trying to do the fruit part is the last thing. Gloop. This is going to be interesting. Pass it through a sieve. But it starts to look like pastry cream, that part. So then they have to do the final assembly of the two things, the meringue, the pastry cream. And everybody's kind of putting it together. John's like, I'm not very good at decorating. Oh, Bryony sings a song. I don't know what I'm doing. I thought that was funny. Then there's music. Then time is up. Please place your pavlovas. That talk about great alliteration. Please place your pavlovas. Okay, decorative discs. That was another really nice piece of alliteration. They say, Sandy says it when she's talking about them. Then we have the judges going over everybody's, because it's, they can't see. They say about Kim Joyce, they say flat disc. There was an issue, it broke up. Just doesn't taste indulgent. For Raul's, they say impressive piping, pile or something, marshmallowy, lots of textures. For John's, they say lazy with piping, cream is delicious, but a bit runny. Bryony, they like the sizes in the meringue. Ruby, they say nice decoration, and it's cooked well. Mannon's, they say looks nice, very good, well cooked. So place-wise, Kim Joy comes in sixth, Bryony fifth, then John, then Ruby, then Mannon, then Raul. Also, they do a talking heads here, and his hair is like so sweet. So we'll get there. Right now, they're still running through everybody's and tasting them. I thought like Mannon was going to come in first. When you rewatch this episode, you say, wait a second, how things ended up is a bit confusing. Let's see, fantastic bake, beautiful job. Just trying to get to the talking heads part here. Bravo. He says, I can't believe it. I came in first in a technical. Yeah, then they have him interview. He says, geez, I made something good. The judges like it. Kim Joyce says, geez, I get flustered during these technicals. And then John said, being in fourth is not great for a week like this week. And he gulps. outside. Then there's, outside shots and stuff like that. Who will make the quarterfinals? Everybody marches in, breathes out through their lips, a lot of breathing out through the lips. They say, okay, what are we looking forward to this week? They say, well, the bakers, some people are doing good, some people are not doing so good. Coconut oil has been good. They say, oh, yeah, coconut oil pastry is good, but it's tricky. They say, okay, Manon and Rahul are doing good. Everybody else not good. Kim Joy did really good at first, so they say, you're going to make a Paul Hollywood vegan cookbook? He goes, nope. Okay, and also Noel's shirt is a zip shirt, so maybe it is a jacket. So they say, okay, Paul and Prue want you to make a vegan celebration cake that would be the centerpiece of a party or a happening if it was the 60s. Then we get a little starting sequence. John has a very short microplane, the shortest microplane I've ever seen. I said, wait a second, maybe I don't know if that's better or not. I don't have a microplane myself, but I've used one. Talk about seeming indulgent. That to me seems indulgent. I mean, not really, because when I use it, but you see, I don't really need it because I have that on I have it on my grater. It's just not as good as microplane, but for the number of times I would use it, don't really need it. Make a cake just as tender. Get it over fast. Oh, because you got to get it in the oven fast because if you're using bicarbonate of soda and vinegar with the rise, it has to taste amazing. They say, okay, traditionally a cake sponge would be made of one thing. Paul says, when I'm coming to judge this, it's just like it better be as good as a non-vegan cake. But yeah, traditionally a sponge, you'd have eggs and butter to give flavor, height, and texture. But with none of that in the tent, you got to go find harmony in the alternatives to do a flavorsome, well-structured bake, dairy-free margarine, oil, vegan margarine again. Some people are using coconut oil, soya milk, sunflower oil, coconut milk, coconut extract. And then even Kim Joy says, vegan cakes, it's about the speed. So they say, what's your showstopper, Kim Joy? She goes, fox-themed birthday cake for a friend. Fox-themed. Yeah, that's his spirit animal, fox. His spirit animal's a fox. That's what I said. And foxes are cute. A second woodland creature of the week with vanilla biscuits, a two-tiered cake, lavender and lemon curd, inspired by her travels. When I went on holiday, I had lavender lemon curd ice cream, and it was my favorite ever. So I want to use those flavors. And Manon's doing an apple spiced cake, kind of a bit like a carrot cake. And looking for the same kind of texture. Bottom tier will be a lemon sponge. Oh, this is Ruby. And top tier will be a chocolate sponge cake. John's doing chocolate and orange based on the sitcom Only Fools Kiss Horses. I haven't heard of that one, but I mean, maybe I did talk about it last year when I went through that list of holiday specials. I guess I'll have to look that one up. His is like orange buttercream. Del Boy. Oh, I guess I have, because that sounds familiar. Rahul's making his bicarb vinegar to get the cake going up. Everybody's setting their ovens, 160, 180. Bryony's doing a cake for her brother's 30th birthday, which she didn't make him a cake, and he doesn't eat dairy. So she said, I wish I made him this maca cake. Paul talks about his high expectations, I think because of the maca, or mocha, some people would say in the U.S. Buttercream with no butter. Are you going to use chickpeas? No chickpeas in this. Vegan butter. Then Noel goes behind Ruby with like a fishbowl, a clear cake cover, pretending it's like a space helmet behind her. And Ruby says to Sandy, how do you deal with him? Manon's cake has 3 layers. And we see Raul's stress. And they say, good morning. But he has a beautiful, story. He says, yeah, making this cake is a tribute to my grandmother. And they say, okay, what are you doing? He goes, well, it's a tribute to my grandmother because when my grandfather passed away in India, people, you would give up food. So my grandmother didn't have any eggs or meat after he passed for the rest of her life. And he said, I never saw her eating cake, so this is a tribute to her. And you could even see the judges' faces, how touching it would be to hear that in person. So really beautiful. And Noel says, yeah, I'm close to my grandma. You're close to your grandma. And then Ruby's doing one for her cousin, inspired by a cake from my cousin. But when we both went to get ice cream with our granddad on a trip, it was just a day. We ate tons and tons of ice cream. It was the best day ever. So hers are going to have 2 of the chocolate and the lemon for the ice cream flavors. Then everything starts coming out of the oven. People are like, okay, this is looking good. This looks like a proper cake. This is not too stodgy. Even John kind of started to get happy with his cake. Let's see. What does that say? Let's see. Everybody's taking their cakes out right now. Cakey. So far, I mean, for most people, it's they're checking it. They're checking it twice. It looks spongy, proper, holding up quite nicely. Even John tastes his. He says, oh, quite claggy. I don't know what that means, but he's nodding in a good way. Oh, no, then he says, really don't know what went wrong. Oh, then Sandy and Noel are shooting balls into a fake tea kettle that looks like it has grass growing at it. They're playing a game, throw the foam ball in the tea kettle. 2-all. And then everybody goes back to work. I don't know how much time was left. I didn't see that. Raspberry jam is getting mixed with chocolate and hazelnut. It all goes well. Sharp lemon curd by Kim Joy. Let's see, decorating. People are getting ready to do their decorations that are going to go on the cake. A lot of flowers getting made. Manon, Raul, buttercream roses, the favorite flowers of his grandma. Sandy says, hey, and he goes, hi, and she goes, can't you be more excited when I show up? She says, hi, you lovely boy. And he goes, hey, I'm more, very much like Scoots. Then Kim Joy's working on her biscuits, or cookies. That'll be Fox cookies. Let's see. Noel likes maca or mocha. He goes, yeah, sometimes I have to get Paul a maca. He likes them too. And Manon's decorating to take a cake. And then everybody's trying to make sure the cakes are moist, putting sugar or, Raul's putting a coconut flavor with sugar water in there. Some people are doing buttercream. Bryony's doing jam. And then the ganache on the outside. John has buttercream and orange curd. And everybody's kind of starting to stack, do the outsides of their cake. And then a couple, a half naked and a naked cake. Kim Joyce is semi-naked, and Manon says that my cake is naked. I don't understand what that means because it has icing on it. But maybe it just means no other decorations. So there's assembly stress. Noel sees John's cake. He goes, I want some trousers that look like your cake because it kind of has a leopard print on there. But a gold leopard print. We get some really good decorating, especially by Kim Joy and Bryony. But yeah, everybody's just starting to look good. So we have our final thing coming together. People start putting their cakes, stacking them. And that part is stressful because not everything's even. You don't want your cake to collapse. Extremely wonky. I don't know if Kim Joy or Rahul said that. Yeah, so then Ruby says wonky, wonky-esque or something. Wonky-esque cake. They have 15 minutes left, so everybody's trying to do their decorating. Oh, Bryony is done. Bryony and Sandy hug because she's done. And then Bryony goes and tries to help Ruby. John gets a record thing with a Bowie record. He goes, oh, this is for Dowboy. And then he says, come on, kids. I don't know who says that. Ruby's cake is like stress. It's like just not staying steady. 5 minutes. They're trying to put dolls in it. John's trying to help. And they're trying to trim the dolls. Come on, let's get it together. Raul, come on, they say, because this is still going. 1 minute left. Everybody's trying to help one another. Or there's one, Del Boy. John talks about making Del Boy proud. And then it's like, okay. And Ruby says, I'm wounded. This is not good. Her cake looks like it's going to fall apart. She tries to take a breath. Raul's kind of stressed. And they say, off you go, lovelies. They do have to put them in the fridge. They don't show that part, though, I guess. And the cakes thing, Ruby's really stressed. Raul's like, well, John, how'd you get your cake to stay together? And then we see Ruby's cake collapses in a very dramatic way while people are watching, and they kind of cringe, cover their faces. She finds out her cake is fallen. Holy cow, I can't believe it. That stinks. Then we have the outside shot. Let's see, after the Ruby, bakers are all sitting, and they say, Brian, could you bring yours up first? And hers is a hazelnut maca. They say, okay, solid 3 layers. Raspberry lifts everything. Good job. A nice cake. Well done. Yeah, it's a little bit off kilter, but not as much as the other ones. They say neat as a pin, though. That's what Prue says. And they get a good, like hers cuts very well. And Paul's impressed. And yeah, they taste it. Then John's goes after Bryony. But yeah, they say, oh, you're like a very delicate, different. But John's cake's caved in now. Like his bottom layer kind of sunk. He smiles awkwardly. Say it looks a bit sad and crude in the decoration. Bruce says, well, the animal print's nice. And I say, okay, let's cut it. Chocolate sponge, orange curd. They say the layers are good. They're even. And enjoy the flavor. It's nice and sharp, carries through the orange. Looks hideous, but the flavor's good. And John says, thank you. Bit too much orange curd, Bruce says, though. And John kind of has a mixed look as he goes off, like, Then Manon goes, you see, beautiful, man. When you get it right, you get it right. But then they go into the cake and they say, oh, boy, wait a second. This is kind of puddingy, heavy. Tastes awful, Paul says. Rubbery. Not a good cake at all. You say, holy mackerel, that's not So that's pretty tough to hear, but she had done well in the other 2 challenges, so overmixed maybe. Not even, I can't even taste good at the apple. Then Kim Joy goes, they say, love these colors, unusual. You can relate this cake to you just by looking at it. Really looks good. Powerful. They think they say pudding-like, but there's a balance. It works, especially with these brave flavors. It's well done. And I mean, she has Fox cookies or biscuits and a Fox, what do you call that, icing, and mushrooms and other cool stuff, and all like with cool colors. Then Rahul goes, they say, what happened here? Because his cake collapsed. And he says, well, yeah, it was soggy. And, I was worried about it being too dry, so probably did it. They say, okay, the chocolate's good. Too much drizzle, man. The drizzle really messed it up. Too much flavor. You already had good flavors, so you over-flavored it with the drizzle. And he says, okay, great. Then Ruby goes, they say, this looks a disaster. And they say, okay, so you have two flavors, right? So do we eat it together or separate? And she goes, no, they're meant to be eaten separately, the lemon and the chocolate cake. And they go, okay, wait a second. Both these are very good. After they get them out to taste them, more dal than cake. So they get them out. Okay, that progress. You eat these together? No. Either the chocolate or the lemon. Takes the lemon, tastes it. Bruce says, I like that. Coconutty, delicious, and lemony. So that's a good sign. I like the lemon cake, Paul says. Raspberries are good too. And I like the chocolate one. Both very good cakes. And he said, you should have put the one on the chocolate was more stable, I think, or the lemon. I don't know. Yeah, the lemon was softer, so it could have been on top. But no way to do that. Then they do talking heads. She goes, I'm in trouble. Holy no moly. Trying to be positive. They go back to the tent. Then there's, I think then outside, then table talk. Okay, this wasn't a great week. Paul, you weren't even happy. He goes, I'm disappointed. He goes, Mannon's cake was awful. Looked great. And they go, well, which is more important, look or taste? Because Ruby's looked terrible, but it tasted good. And they go, yeah, it's delicious, but you can't discount, the drama for TV. Was her responsibility. This is a challenge, coming in here, Bryony, Ruby, and John, maybe Kim Joy would have been in it, but, Bryony did good, so she's safe. That was good cake. Kim Joy, she did amazing. Raul and Mannon, neither one of them actually. But Paul says, well, his cake was pretty good. It just was a drizzle. So they say, who knows what will happen? And we won't know for 2 or 3 seconds. Oh, boy. So then they do a bunch of camera shots of everybody waiting. There's hand-holding going on. Everybody's trying to stay calm. Well done. Really successful vegan week, Sandy says. Noel says, ironically, Star Baker is someone who brought animals into the tent in a whimsical, colorful way. And it's Kim Joy, Star Baker. And she gets applause and claps and hugs. Foxy Baker, Foxy. And then John and Ruby look really stressed. Holy cow. Okay, and Sandy has to give the bad news. She's really emotional. She says, "This, I'm very fond of all of you. So this is not fun." And she goes, the person that's going home is John. And hopefully you can make lemons out of, she didn't say this, but he has a lemon shirt. He hopefully makes lemons out of lemonade. And they all give each other hugs, say, I'm sorry. Ruby can barely move. Sandy hugs John. Paul hugs John. John says, yeah, I was proud of myself, man. Week 7, I did amazing. And they go, Prue gives him a big hug. She goes, yeah, he's got personality. He's different than everybody else. And Paul goes, yeah, he's a pretty good baker. Well done, my darling. They say to Kim Joy, Star Vegan Week. I can't believe it. So there's some compliments, and then John and Ruby hug. Bryony and Ruby have a big hug. And Ruby goes, are they positive I'm staying? Manon kisses Ruby's arm. Then there's a big group hug, and they go 5 left, quarterfinals coming up. Got no idea, Prue says, who's going to win. So we'll see you next week. Let me tuck you in. Here you go. Let me do some thank yous to help tuck you in a little more, okay? All right. Hello, bakers. It's Scoots here. Are you ready? Get set, bake. Well, it's time to cover a Danish week here on series collection. What are we doing? Collection 6, series 9, I think, episode 8, Danish week. It is going to be interesting. It starts off with the teaser with Hawaiian shirts and the good news, bad news, talking heads, tears, and lots of tears. Holy moly. And then we have the intro, the music playing. And the next thing we knew was like Holy Flight of the Valkyries. We have Noel, who looks particularly tall in this shot. I don't know. He never looks this tall. And I don't think he's standing on anything, but he's dressed as, I don't know, he looks like I think he's dressed as Bugs Bunny, dressed as the Flight of the Valkyries thingamajig. And Sandy's dressed as a Viking, and they're talking. Oh, and he's making puns, and she's giving him puns. It's a nice kind of little comedy bit. A Ford Norse code, Danish jokes. He says, why did the Viking buy an old boat? And Sandy improves all the jokes. How do Vikings send messages? And then he says, go ahead and speak. She says it's Danish week in Danish. He says, how do you do that? And she goes, I just speak. Then we see some bees and some flowers and the competitors all in Hawaiian shirts as a tribute to John. Though all the Hawaiian shirts, other than Bryony's, are kind of similar. So I said, well, I don't know if that was someone on the staff's idea. Though Kim Joyce has a nice, I don't know, maybe I just like it when I know that they picked out, maybe they don't even pick out their own outfits. Maybe they pick out a selection. Oh, behind the scenes. We have talking heads. Ruby has never done Danish. Rahul's like, is it croissant Danish? Or I think that's what he says. I don't know. It's muted right now. Blooming quarterfinals. Game on. Kim Joy. Manon says Kim Joy is a baker to beat. Rahul, croissants Danish. Beach Boys. What does that say? Beach Boys Cauldron? I don't know what that means. Convention. Noel says, what is this, a Beach Boys convention? I'm going to pause it right away once we have a close-up on the judges and the hosts because everybody has great shirts on. Three of the 4. Paul has on I think that's an Oxford shirt and nice jeans. But Prue, Sandy, and Noel have print shirts on. And I have to look up. Noel's shirt is different colored rabbits that say, oh boy. And I'm sure it's some pop culture phenomenon I'm missing. Sandy has a print shirt with flowers that look like they kind of were drawn with some elephants and what's that called? A toucan. And then Prue, let me get a shot of her shirt because holy moly. Hers has on, her shirt is, or actually maybe it's more of a dress. I don't know, really, that's as far as my clothing, dress or shirt. But hers has this beautiful print. It's a gray background and it has not pastels, a couple pastel colors, but it has a purple pastel rabbit, a raccoon, some trees that are pastel blue. At some point, though, there's a fox. I saw a platypus on her shirt, or maybe I thought the raccoon was a platypus when it was playing and I didn't pause it. I think that is it. I thought the raccoon was a platypus. Smorborg. So that's what they have to make for their, what is this, the technical? What does it go? Technical, showstopper. Oh, no, this is the other one where they got to practice it at home. Smorgasbord, open sandwiches with open-faced rye sandwiches. And now that's my favorite bread. I don't know if, I think people know that. Yeah, Danish, I don't know, like, I don't have to check out a Danish rye. It's dark and dense, 24 hours to create, which the bakers don't have. I think they only have an hour. No, there's no way they can make bread in an hour. Is that true? Very thick rye bread, strong flavors, beauty, simplicity. That's what Prue says. Oh, Paul says he wants a lot of rye, strong flavors. Lots of seeds. So Danish might have more seeds than a rye that I'm used to eating. I mean, I like some seeds in my rye. So everybody's mixing and, oh, yeah, Sandy says, or Bruce says, a very thin piece of bread. It's important. Quarterfinals, Paul says, I'm going to be on their case. They go to Rahul, quarterfinals, buddy. He goes, yeah, I'm trying not to think about it. I'm just imagining it's a regular week. What are you making? He says one with smoked salmon, one with remoulade, carrot, celeriac, and shallots chopped up. We got pickling, curry, mayonnaise, pickle some cucumbers, then lemon, then asparagus, then dill leaves, then cheese, then beetroot. He goes on and on and on, just like Sleep With Me. And Noel says, time's up, man. You talked so long. And he goes, excuse me? Didn't get, you missed a joke. Really great sequence, like editing-wise, that they just left it in as that way. And then he's mixing. Sandy says to Ruby, sandwiches are supposed to be named. So what's the name of your sandwich? And Ruby goes, I'm boring. And Sandy says, my dad has a sandwich named after him. Klaus talks. It's the Klaus sandwich. I miss everything. But he has a sandwich shop where they have a sandwich named after him. But Ruby's making post-gym, like a brunch and a lunch one. Really sounds good. And Paul's questioning how much water she added compared to the flour. No liquid, 250 to 400. What are you doing? And he's really messing with her. And Bruce says, don't listen to him. Now it's really sticky. Bryony's going to make, she's taking a risk, they say, because she's making two doughs, a light rye and a dark rye. Raul says, oh boy, basic making bread for Paul Hollywood. This is not great. Let's see what else. Totally plays head games, Paul, post-gym, breakfast or lunch. Then they go to talk to usual nausea. That's what, spanning the EU. That's what Bryony's doing. Spanning the EU. Like little gardens. She's going to have tomato swans. She's also wearing a B pin. Oh, proving drawer. I'd like to look up the proving drawer. I don't have the space. I guess I don't make that much bread. I have one of those. I bought one of those proving basket, though. Oh, you want me to prove that I have a proving basket? Well, I got to talk about this episode. I don't have time for that kind of. I don't have time to prove about a proving basket to you. You don't want it to turn out dense and stodgy. That's why you're proving it. No, you want to prove it. Then we start seeing Raul's making his own cheese, as if I'm not mad enough, he says. Mannon's adding a little sweetness to hers, mascarpone and gorgonzola. She goes, in France, we don't have sweet cheese flavors, but she's excited because it's going to be creamy and cheesy. That does sound good. You couldn't say that, creamy and cheesy. She's making a cheese and fruit smorgasbord. I don't know. I had it spelled out how I wanted to pronounce it. Savory toppings. Paul goes on doubting Mannon because of her technique of baking it in the pan. Is it going to touch the sides? It just sits in the middle, huh? Oh, boy. He says, that's trouble. He goes, is the dough been raw in the middle? And she goes, well, I tried it in a tin and it didn't work. He goes, didn't work, eh? Then we get a look at the kissing swan tomatoes. Noel says, Brian, you can make a radish goose? Then he goes, Paul loves this kind of stuff. He loves drawing. I looked in his trailer. He was wearing a tutu, and he was drawing a unicorn or something. And then he saw me. He acted like he was just reading car magazines. Then we go to Kim Joy. She's making hard-boiled eggs into bumblebees, and that is really creative. Can't be soft-boiled, she says. And with cheese, flowers, radish, fish, and cucumbers, wholemeal sourdough. Alliteration, swim above a seabed of wholemeal sourdough. And everyone's trying to prove their bread, and then see, did it rise? That'll do. Good rise. Raul's does not rise. And Paul's watching in the background. Everyone starts rolling stuff out. He's like, my bread did not rise. So he's super stressed. And everybody starts rolling up their bread. Hour to gauge. Not Doherty. That doesn't, not dry. Not doughy, not dry. Oh, how to gauge when you bake it. Then Raul says, yeah, I put a lot of rye in there. Sandy goes, well, it's rye bread. He goes, yeah, but I put too much because then I can approve. And he goes, well, what if I go? This is an interesting conversation I didn't pick up on. Let's see. He goes, who's going to announce my name if I go home? And Sandy goes, well, we switch off. So it would be Noel because last week it was me. Let me see. I just rewound it. Quite a lot of rye. Yes, it's rye bread. Who's gonna announce the name? Last week, it'll be Noel. Last week, John did. So it'll be Noel. Say goodbye if you're leaving. Because you want me to go get him now? Then everybody's putting stuff in the oven. Oh, dear. 1 hour left. Sandy shows Noel the oldest flag in the world, Danish flag. He makes a joke about the specific flag. Hour left. Oven gods. This could prove too much, a little pun, or too little. Oh, dear me. I don't know how many times Raul says that in this episode, but Ruby has a baby loaf. She goes, this is a little baby loaf. And Noel says, well, just pretend that it's in the distance. He's again making this funny little, sleep with me style jokes. Crucial cooking time. That was another really good use of alliteration there. Crucial cooking time. Dangerous game Raul and Brian are playing because they're leaving their stuff in the oven as long as possible. Sandy looks like she's wearing a flag around her neck right now. Oh, dear me, Raul says again during his dangerous game. Kim Joy's happy with how her bread turned out. I think this is when Ruby has it didn't rise as much as she had hoped. Small, but it'll be fine. Mannon's letting hers cool. Noel says, are you doubting yourself? That's when she says, I got a baby loaf. Compared to everyone else's, let's see, Kim Joy is cutting her bread because they have a crucial cooling time. Did I say that already? I love that crucial cooling time. And Mannon already realized that hers is not a traditional rye bread. So if Bryony and Raul are going to have to cut their bread while it's hot, which is, I guess, not good. I think, as I've been trying to do more, I guess I haven't been trying to do more bread, but I will make a rye bread the week after I'm recording this, which will be 2 months before you hear this, so you could ask me about it. 15 minutes. I also noticed they assemble their sandwiches before they put it on the bread. Most everybody, which I say, well, that's interesting. Never thought of that. Well, Kim Joy's one of her maybe just the decorative stuff. Well, Bryony's and Raul, yeah. Oh, because I guess they had to because they were letting their bread. His is a lot of seeds in there, which is probably very good. Like a wholemeal seeded bread. I mean, that's like, I try not to wade into the great superfood debates, but that's got to be a superfood. And Bryony has a nice marble rye look, but I don't know if that's a Danish rye. I think is what maybe. Kim Joy's using kelp, I think, or something else for seaweed for the stripes on the bumblebees. And then Bryony loses the tomato swans. Oh, my little swans. So then there's 1 minute left. Swans get dropped in their end of time. Everybody's rushing. I mean, it's like intense. So sleepy. A lot of it looks like Ruby on her brunch one had like a kind of a soft-boiled egg, and Bryony has a hard-boiled egg on hers. I'll be honest, I've never made a hard-boiled egg and then sliced it, put on a sandwich. I might have to try that. Bryony has very thick bread. There's also puzzle pieces on someone's bread. I don't know if it's tomato or something shaped like that. So Ruby's up first, and her chicken looks really good too. Paul first cuts her bread. He says, this is structure. This is a good structure. Well done. Good color. Prue says she likes it. Tandoori chicken, cucumber ribbons. They're like, this flavor's good. That's a good sandwich. Well balanced, Prue says. Chili, like it. Then the breakfast or brunch one's avocado, asparagus, chorizo, and eggs. Real celebration of rye, Paul says. Sandy says Mediterranean meats, Denmark. Then man ends up cheese and fruits, smorgasbord. Paul goes, yeah, this is not it's not dense and filled with seeds. Then they cut up the sandwich, goat cheese, beetroots, strawberries, glazed vinegar. Not very strong, not very savory, too sweet, Bruce says. Okay. Almost needs some seasoning. It's a bit more like cheesy pudding. Yeah, they cut it up. They kind of cut up mannan, too. The chutney, the sandwich part of the chutney, walnut, and cheese is good, but Danish open sandwich, no. This is a French bread. You've made a French loaf, Paul says. Then Kim Joy's up. Let's see, where are we? Kim Joy. Beautiful texture. I hope it tastes as good as it looks. The flowers, wow, I mean, everything. Fruit takes a big bite. Flavors are good. It can taste the rye. Paul's like that there's dill, capers, and avocado with the fish. Just needs to be a little bit stiffer, more seeds, to be honest. But Kim Joy's like, okay, look, that's pretty good for at least him in the middle. Now, Paul really draws it out on Brian. He goes, can you picture Prue in a coffee shop ordering a giant sandwich like this? Because her bread is about 1 inch thick and it's a 4x3 slice, but it's also an inch thick, which is sometimes good. Maybe not that inch thick. Would be good for I don't think you'd have a rye French toast, and they go, geez, white, I don't know, really tastes a lot of rye. This is more like a malted loaf than a rye. And difficult, this sandwich is not too thick. And it's a bit dry, the mackerel. So not rye enough, not dense enough, not an open-faced sandwich. So Bruce says, you got to do it good in another one. Paul says, it's a shame. Holy moly. Then we have Raul. He's like, mine went soggy. They go, man, this thing is dense. There's no air in here. Bit of a mess, Prue says, Raul. They eat it. And there's like a silent thing where he can tell. Paul goes, "Oh dear." And Raul says, "No, no." And he said, "Not for me, mate. It's awful." And Bruce says, "Yes, stodgy, gluey, heavy. It was approving. You should have done it to some other trick or something." Now, the sandwich, Paul says, it reminds me of something in Copenhagen. I thought he said Cape May. I was like, a Cape May sandwich, but a Copenhagen sandwich. And Manon tries to comfort him. "It's okay. They're harsh today, buddy." She says that to Raul. Outside shot. "Not bad," Ruby says. "Celebration of rye. What more could I want? They're good." Raul says, "Yeah, Paul wouldn't even eat it, so, oh no." Manon says, "That wasn't my best, but maybe I'm like a little bit less in the middle." And Kim Joy says, "If it was bad, I'd be crying now." Then they cut to Bryony, who is crying, but she's like, "I just got to get back on it. That's just who I am. Get back to work." Now we're on to the next one. This is the technical, I guess, going in, the great custard cover or whatever. What do they call it? Crimping cover? I forgot already. I'll think of it. It's under the blanket. Why can't I think of it? Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. They send them off. Technical challenge, Ebelskiver. Let's see. Technical, 3 years, Paul via Sandy. I don't know what that is. Ebelskiver was filled with, it's like cinnamon spiced apple, strawberry jam dipping sauce. It's a spherical pancake, and it actually looks like it would be delicious. Somewhat like a donut hole in the U.S., but not deep fried, I guess. It's fried in its own container. Very confusing, too. People are like, "I never even heard of this before." Paul explains it. Bruce says, "I never have one, never heard of it. Sound incredibly difficult." He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Look inside. It's a bit, it does look a bit like a donut." He calls it a round pancake, aerated. And you have a pocket of apple and cinnamon in there. Smooth spherical pancake. And then you dip it. Lovely white batter. But he goes, the trick is you got these metal plates, half circles. So you got to put the batter in. As soon as it starts to firm up, rotate it. Then you have a hole when you rotate it. That's where you put the apple and cinnamon in. Then you rotate it again, and your batter covers it. And he goes, "This is going to be hard because..." and he doesn't actually laugh like he was doing it, but clearly he was. Then Noel's like literally up in Raul's face. He goes, "Okay, you got to make the apple and cinnamon and a strawberry preserve." Ruby's like, "Jam dipping sauce? What in the heck is that? WTF? Rotate to get a hole." Once everybody starts cooking it, they're like, "I don't understand this." First, they're all making the jam and stuff. But yeah, it's not a pancake on pancake day. That's butter. Then everybody's whipping up their batter. Raul is doing two-handed. He's doing one batter with one hand and his jam with the other. Now, Manon says, "My sister dated a Danish dude once, so I know what these are." Noel says, "Okay, oh boy, high five then. Danish dude who dated your sister before." Everybody's mixing up stuff, but also like looking, get another drone shot, a fisheye shot of Noel, half hour left. And the evil skewer pan is very heavy. Everybody's buttering it, but they don't know what they're doing. Spoon the batter into the holes till they're 3/4 full. And you only have so much batter, so you can't really learn as you go. Beginning to firm, so don't let it cook too fully. Turn the evil skewer 90 degrees with 2 wooden skewers. What does 90 degrees mean? And also, Raul's like, 90 degrees? What do you mean? 90 degrees? No, that's flip it over. It's 180 degrees. Sandy's just watching. What does turn even mean? And we see someone, Bryony actually gets it. So does Kim Joy. and at least at the initial construction, and then close it, turn it another 90 degrees. Also, the problem is if the pan's too hot, it's making extra crispy. Ruby does not get the whole part down, but hers get nicely cooked. So Ruby's got like the temperature. Bryony gets one out and she goes, oh yeah, it's like a spherical pancake with apple inside. Okay. But people are everybody's having trouble with batter and temperature. This is challenging. And how do you get the stuff in? Where's the hole? Then stuff starts burning. The heat's too high. Holy moly. And Ruby's trying to stick her apple stuff in the bottoms. No bloody hole. Bryony has success. Tad too much. Trying to make you something. 5 minutes left. Doing our best. 5 minutes left to finish 7 of them. Oh, no. I think it's Raul. Get in there. How many do we need? We need 14. Bryony's like, okay, I'm just going to sieve my jam. My able skeever's done. Burned 1 minute. Final touches. And they're like, these aren't what Sandy's going to look for, huh? Ruby says, thank goodness I had a decent signature. Everybody dusts them, puts them at the end of the table. Bakers, this is the end. Your time is up. Please bring them and place them to their photograph. So we get Ruby's, hers is the thing. They go, hung over a minute, torn open, stodgy. Nice cinnamon flavor, but this is not a dipping sauce. I don't know what having over a minute means. Let's see. Prue goes, This is about rubies. Hang on a minute. Oh, yeah. They're not in the inside. They're stuffed in. Then they go briny. Neater. Good chunky apples. Good dipping. Airy. Just the right texture. Kim Joy, they say color's not perfect. Lots of apple. The sauce is good. Raul, they go, these had some issues. They're not cooked. They taste burnt. And she has different size ones. There was a struggle with the temperature. Okay, let's figure this out best to worst. But they actually go worst to best. Raul comes in 5th, Man in 4th, Ruby 3rd, Kim Joy 2nd, and Bryony 1st. They clap for her, because, everybody loves Kim Joy, so they're happy. Plus, it seems like Kim Joy's had 2 good performances. So people are also happy about that. Yeah, they're still on Man and say, well, this one's a walnut size one. Well, there's good apple in there. Aerated enough. They just struggled with the temperature and consistency. Okay, so then they ranked them. So we hear everybody. And let's see. Good bit of apple. So then, let's see what do the talking heads say, because this is it, last challenge. Bryony says, yay. Ruby says, it can be stodgy, but I'm in 3rd place. I didn't come in last. Raul goes, this is bad, man. Holy moly. Then we get some outside shots. Of course, it's now the next day. And a sky shot, everybody walking in. One last challenge. Final chance for the bakers to earn their place in the tent. And actually at what time is it? 27:37 left. There's a shot through a cubby in a cupboard with some tea and bread and Danish stuff. Apricots, Danish, like a chocolate Danish, maybe a rye bread, probably. No evil skeevers, though, as they walk in. Then I think we go to table talk. Can I say? I love Danish week. Noel says, are we having Halloween week? She got Danish week. She goes, every time I see you, it's like that goth week, maybe. So they go, hilarious Hawaiian shirts, but now reality setting in. Semifinals, so it's harder. And it's tight, huh? And like Paula goes, yeah, it's close. Ruby and Kim Joy are in position for Star Baker. Bryony in the middle. Yeah, Bryony could go up or down. Manon, very French. Look at the bread she made. It was good bread, but it wasn't rye, Danish rye. And Raul, oddly, is in a bit of, trouble. He's run out of confidence, maybe. Last time, this is the first time he's had a hard time where we were critical of him. And they go, so Sandy sums it up. Anybody anything could happen, more or less. Then we see a serious shot of all the bakers sitting up tall. And they say, okay, welcome back. Showstopper. Okay, so let's see. They set this thing up. I got to find through the cupboard. Table talk, mugs, candles, and the flag. There's a big field over Prue's shoulders, and then they introduce the thing. Of course, I didn't write out how to pronounce it right now. Cagrione, I don't Kagamon. It's a cake shaped like a person for celebrating their birthday. And the best bit is when the whole party yells out when they cut the cake because they started at the top. Perfectly baked, yeasted Danish pastry, intricately decorated, and include at least 3 different confectionery skills. This sounds like delicious for a birthday cake. On your marks, get set, bake. Then there's lots of shots of the planning, of pictures for inspiration. Looks like Ruby's, let's see, let's go through. We got Bryony has pictures, but then Ruby has something more, very more, I think it's Ruby's picture. Oh, yeah, of more realistic, an actual structural diagram. It's even numbered, and have a pastry. It's like a balloon, everything. So, and also just a note, Ruby uses the same kind of notebooks I use, a little artistic license, delicious Danish. Raoul is a whole actual size one. Bruce says a Danish pastry filled and glazed. It's a bit shiny and delicious sweets on top. Lovely. Golden flaky pastry, beautiful soft inside, Paul says. Luxurious butter layers. Danish pastry is a great test because you have to get the Danish pastry right. Noel says, yeah, okay, so it has to be perfectly laminated, which is like the layers of butter in the dough, the delicate layers. So you have to keep the butter cold as possible for this work so it doesn't melt out. And over the next, it takes a while. Bake and chill, roll and fold, and, make the perfect dough. But the tent is very hot. Easier said than done. Then they check in on Bryony. Nana Pat, amazing woman in Bryony's life. Still touches her toes at 93. And they have some pictures of her wedding day in 1948. Nice square shoulder dress, very glam, very cool. Sherbet handbag, toffee heels, traditional Danish swirls, creme patisserie, ginger, blueberries. And Nana Pat still drives Brian. He says, oh boy. Let's see. Neat circle of marzipan. Noel says, are you going to make it through the finals, Kim Joy? I can't wait. She goes, well, it's touch and go. And now Ruby's doing her sister, gorgeous child. I didn't know if that was like a bit of shade like that. She's saying her brother's, or her sister, is beautiful as a child, I didn't know if that's subtle or not. She's a gorgeous child. This is from a picture of my brother's birthday and how much fun she was having. So she's like holding balloons. honeycomb, chocolate truffles, marzipan, neat circle of marzipan for her face. Then Paul says, "Are you going to have marzipan over the Danish, over the whole thing?" And Sandy says, "Don't let him do this." She goes, "Yeah, he's trying to get in my head." And Sandy says, "Look at me. Ignore him. Look at me." And Ruby says, "Okay, I'm not going to let it happen." And then there's like some marshmallow production going on. A lot of people, Bryony and Manon making marshmallows. Showstopper's going to take a range of skills to complete and get into the semifinal. More individual elements than ever before. You can't lose any time either. So everybody's rushing around back and forth. And then we have a sweet moment. Oh, this is a real, let's see, there's 22 minutes left when Noel goes to Raul. "Hey, I believe in you, man. Do you know Star Wars?" "No," he says. "You're Luke Skywalker. I'm Yoda." He goes, "What are you talking about? Strong in baking, are you?" And Raul says, "Luke Sidewater, what are you talking about?" And he goes, "You don't know Star Wars? Luke who? Like Luke Skywalker." He goes, "Don't know him." He goes, "Well, he's a Jedi. Maybe you were actually studying science while I was pretending to be a Jedi." One of the great moments in the season. Raul's doing an Indian king. Twisted nuts, creme pat, marzipan, layer of buttercream. And they go, whoa. Danish pastry with crisp and then covered in buttercream. And he goes, "Yeah, well, I don't like the shape." He goes, "Since it's bumpy, I want to," Paul says, "celebrate the Danish man." And then they go to Manon, who's doing a more simple version. Said, "I'm going quite plain." She goes, "I just like pastry on its own. So like a plain croissant." Everybody makes a look at that like, oh boy. So hers is her friend. Let's see. I missed it. She's doing a version of one of her friends, Stina, birthday girl. And what else we got? Danish. Oh, they talk about what butter are you using. And she goes, "Danish butter." And Paul says, "That's not a professional butter." He said, "Professional butter? I'd like to call myself professional butter." And he goes, "French butter is a pro butter." And I think she's like, "Are you kidding me?" He goes, "So it's a higher melting temperature, so it doesn't melt." And even Prue says, "Paul, this is ridiculous. She's already started. 1, 2, Prue doesn't say this, but you probably criticize her if she's using French butter. So just zip it up." So Prue's not happy with Paul. Not ideal. There's definitely the sequence of stress and sighing and work and hang on, crystallized ginger, honeycomb. Honeycomb covered in chocolate is what Ruby's sister likes. That sounds good. Now with limited time, where are you going to focus your energy? Raul, Manon, Ruby concentrating on their sweets. Everybody trying to breathe. Chocolate Rain. I don't know if that was on purpose that Raul was going to sing that song, the classic song with so much meaning. Then people are decorating their faces. So, Kim Joy's doing such a good job. And Sandy said, "Wow, it's gorgeous." And Kim Joy goes, "Well, a little bit." She goes, "Do you paint?" "Well, it's a little gorgeous and weird, draw your friend on a piece of marzipan." So Kim Joy's doing her friend, who's an opera buff, doing, of course, her amazing piping. Then Sandy checks in with Bryony, who's doing the dress. And she goes, "Is that cooked or not?" And Bryony says, "It's marzipan." And Sandy goes, "Oh, I thought it was underdone dough. See how much I've learned?" Then Noel pops into Ruby's freezer, says, "What are you doing in there?" She goes, "Oh, these are my truffles." He goes, "Well, they're not the same size." You got to make sure they're the same size. And she starts changing. He goes, no, don't really do it. And she goes, too late now. You said it. Then Noel does like a trick with the Danish bunting kind of flags and pretends he's a magician, which is funny. Man, and then everybody's like, holy moly, this is it. Charlotte is an opera buff. That was Kim Joy's friend. Everybody's stressing. You don't want to get in a knot working on your pastries. There was another pun. Oh, wait, I just saw somebody had something written on their hand. Let's see if we can see what it is. Okay. Whose hand is it? Let's see. Not Raul's. Whose hand is next? I don't know whose hand it is. So far, I've seen everybody. Oh, there it is. I mixed it again. Whoever's making like a cinnamon dough type thing. So not Manon. I don't know whose hand it was, but I couldn't read it either, so it doesn't matter. And everybody's trying to put theirs together, before they bake it. Like all the little pieces. Bake it now, though. You got to get moving. Don't want to make the head too big because it's still going to rise. Nana Pat's hair. Oh, too much material. We're always trying to, I still have to prove my stuff, man. I got to get moving. Critical decision. How long to prove their dough? If you don't do it long enough, it'll be heavy and dense, as we already know. But if you go too long, the butter will leak out. So, come on. Oh, and then Noel goes to Manon. He says, yours looks like the game Operation. And she goes, what? And he goes, yeah, that game Operation. And she goes, in France, it's called like Crazy Dr. Magoo or something. Dr. Maboul. Dr. Maboul. He goes, what does that mean? Crazy doctor. Then everybody's kind of like, man, what am I going to do? It's so hot out. So Kim Joy says, maybe I should stop proving and start baking because it's so warm. Kim Joy's friend has been proving for 15 minutes, Sandy says, as she tries to decide, I don't want to lose the lamination from the temperature in the room. Everybody kind of, you never know how they're editing it, but everybody has like a shocked face. As she's the first to put her stuff in the oven. Raul's making chocolate bonbons for the freezer. Bryony has some sort of sherbet powder. I don't know what that is. But it's very strong flavored caramel being made by Manon, who keeps trying to breathe. Then everybody else starts putting their stuff in the oven. Short bake is what Danish pastry says. Raul starts seeing his butter leak out right away. Oh, dear me. I don't know. That's like 3 or 4 times. He says it a lot from now on. Kim Joy sees her. She says it looks really flaky. That's not good. And puffy. Butter leak. Oh, dear me. He breathes. Manon says, mine have opened up a bit. A lot of pressure, man. Says, holy, breathes again. Kim Joy's pulling hers out of the oven. She goes, man, this turned out flaky and gigantic, not as delicate or small as I wanted it. Chelsea's trying to take it out with one hand. I think she's the one who wrote on her hand, which I said, don't, be careful. Holy moly. Then we get a drone shot coming out of the backfield, I think. Then Sandy and Noel do some acting. Noel does the thing where he expires. Baker's 1 hour left. And Sandy's the victor. She goes, you got less, and she taps her shield. I love this week. Bryony opens her oven. Okay. Looking good. Crispy on the outside. Lovely lamination. There's lovely lamination. Ruby's got some nice color, she says. Raul, oh boy, not good. Weird way it's risen, and it's crispy on the outside, but bready on the inside. Manon has the same problem. So that's a lot of, oh dear me. So they're going to have to put it in the oven, but without it, even with pizza, I've had this happen where you got to cook the inside, but not, make the outside worse. And so then now we're getting some decoration shots, some things, okay. But Raul and Manon are still trying to get theirs made or baked. Somebody says, is something burning? Noel tries one of Brian. He's like scrums. He says, this is delicious. But yeah, then somebody says something's burning. You can't tell if it's Raul or Manon's. They're both like, oh no. And both of those look like it's a little bit overcooked. Raul goes, tried my best, and this is it. Manon's is burned a bit. Hard to make a big slab of pastry look good. So she's stressed to 15 minutes assembly of the dough. Prove it. How long? Oh, that was earlier, wasn't it? Yeah. Ruby mentions that she was the quietest in her house growing up. Then we had another, oh dear me. Raul shakes his head as time is up. And it's Stress City. Like right now I'm watching the assembly and decorative process, braiding the hair, like really making it come together. This would be perfect for a morning brunch birthday party, especially like where there's kind of like you could just take the pieces of Danish off, like pull apart Danish kind of thing. Fresh raspberries, everything's coming together for some people, but Raul can't even cut his piping bag. He's so stressed at 5 minutes. And let's see, Ruby can't find any scissors. Toffee, Brian, toffee. Raul's shaking as he tries to do the eyes and stuff. And everybody's taking their candies out of different molds. And, yeah, putting it together. Jellies, marzipan, I guess, skirts, marshmallow braids. So a lot of stuff happening. And then the time is up. Place your showstoppers at the end of your workstations. Let's see. Yeah, and then we'll do the judging. First, we get a shot of the stream, a shot of the tent, and this is intense. Everybody's sitting there. Kind of time to check everybody's showstoppers. Ruby's up first. She goes up, sets it down. We look at everything. First looks just like a picture. This is your sister? Yeah, she had a fun, bubbly personality when she was younger. Absolutely sweet. It really is. Danish pastry, Paul says, looks like Danish pastry. Good layers, good butter. Crispy on the outside. If you'd glazed it, it would have been nice. Maybe apricot jam. Pastry's lovely, but apricot glaze, not just for the look, but for a taste. You need some sweetness. But it is buttery. Honeycomb is good. Very good. Ginger works. That's delicious. Overall, nice design is effective. Very nice. It's simple and effective. So Ruby's happy. Then Manon goes, and Bruce says, okay, I like the skirt of a marshmallow. That's beautiful. But what filling's in there, Paul says. Manon says, just chocolate and plain. He goes, And he goes, that's pan de chocolate. And then they cut it. Then they do this sequence where everybody laughs. Paul takes one bite of Danish. Undercooked in the middle, overcooked on the outside, Bruce says. Too high on the oven, too long. And he goes, yeah, butter leaked out and then gets soaked up into the bottom and then cooks it. Prue says it's fried on the bottom. And it looks like it happened with all of them. So, oh boy, they say, pool of butter solidified, congealed. And chocolates, they taste, chocolates are good, very professional looking, actually. But your pastry, you got an issue with. Pretty poor on the baking. The show's called Bake Off, by the way. Then they go to Kim Joy's. Her piping is exquisite, Bruce says. But, you know, Kim Joy's real stressed already. She goes, yeah, this is my friend Charlotte wearing a gown. They go, the design's impeccable. I mean, really good. But, Paul goes, I can see there's no butter. So your butter all leaked out. Those gaps, your butter's gone. So what happened with the dough? It's underbaked, soggy, Bruce says, underproofed. And Kim Joy goes, yeah, this is what I decided to do because it was warm. And she realizes her mistake, so she gets really strong feelings. Bryony's trying to help her through it, though. She can barely listen because Paul's like, what happened with the creme pat? And what's in there? And Bryony goes, it's okay, Kim Joy. And okay, some of this is good. The chocolates are good, jellies are nice, pastry, not good, marzipan, good. They go, thank you, Kim Joy. And Sandy, man, she's so caring. She goes, let me help you. It's okay. Now I could see, like, this has got to be intense for someone that has, like, anybody that works there and really empathizes and gets close to the contestants. Okay, then Bryony goes, Nana Pat, and she goes to ginger creme pat, dried blueberries, vanilla marzipan, sherbet, toffee on her shoes, marshmallow necklace. Not a beard, a necklace. So they cut up her Danish, take some bites. Lovely flavor, good. Blueberries nice, color's nice. So that's good. The sherbet's very sherbety on the bag. Holy cow, Paul makes a face. Nice flavor. This is the closest to Danish pastry. Then Raul goes, we see it. It looks good to me. I mean, I guess like a little bit overcooked to the Danish wise, but he's stressed, man. Burnt, they say. You left it in the oven 10 minutes too long. But I like this, the decoration, the buttons and the jellies. So then they do the cutting. Everybody makes the joke, but it's just to break up the tension. Paul takes a bite. Tough, really dry. And marzipan's lovely. Nice flavor. Jelly sweets are really good. Like amazing. Perfect, they say. Summer mixed berry, stuffed chocolate. That's good. And the buttons have raspberry jam. And they say, oh boy. They're so good. Sandy tries one. But pastry's disappointing. So hopefully his I guess his candy's let me hear it this one in the episode. But Ruby goes and hugs him because he goes, I'm going home. She goes, stop saying that. Everyone's feeling that way. And he goes, no, it's me. So then we do talking heads. She goes, yeah, I deserve it. Kim Joy doesn't even know she can talk about it. She's feeling so intense. Manon says it's fine, but she's feeling very intense. So then we go to table talk. A lot of strong feelings. Sandy says, okay, where are we? And they go, well, Bryony's back up. She did well. Ruby did well. Kim Joy slipped down. Could leave. Manon and Raul in trouble. I mean, Manon made the sweets, but really didn't put a lot of time, anything in her pastry. And Raul Burnham basically. Overbake the pastry, butter runs out. And they say, okay, Star Baker's easy, but who's going home? And Noel says, I'll put on some tea. And Sandy says, I'll get a bottle of bubbly or fizzy water. I don't know what she calls it. So a bottle of fizz. And they go for Star Baker. There can only be one mermaid in Copenhagen Harbor, Sandy says. So I have to learn what that means. And she goes, this is harder and harder each week, as she says before that. And Star Baker is Ruby. Everybody cheers for Ruby. Raul kind of gives her like an extra hug. Nola goes, I got the, unfortunate job. Not great. Everybody breathes. The person who's leaving this week is Manon. And you could kind of see surprise with Kim Joy and Raul in relief, but more surprise or shock that they're not going home. And obviously, Manon's feeling very strongly because but Bruce says, you should be proud of yourself. This was amazing. And she goes, it'll be okay. Yeah. And Ruby's holding her. Manon says, it's just baking. Paula gives her a hug. You did really well. It was that panda chocolate did it. She goes, I learned a lot. Even some things I didn't think I could make. Stronger baker, stronger person. Hopefully that's what that means. Sad to see Manon go. She's a good baker, just not a good Danish baker, Bruce says. And Paul says, Raul, man, next week you better step up. And he says, I didn't even expect it. Holy. Congratulations go out to Bryony. Bryony goes, holy cow, I'm through to the semifinals. What? And Kim Joy goes, see you next week. Oh, boy. Then Ruby gets hugs from the judges. It's very happy. Paul says, I'm happy for her to get Star Baker. This is when you want to be on the up. Ruby calls her family, and they all yell at once that she's Star Baker. She goes, I told you I'm the quiet one. Told you so. And that's the end of the episode, all right? Here's some thank yous. Thanks for listening. Good night. All right, everybody, it's time for Patisserie Week. I think this is probably the first and last time I pronounce it correctly. And it starts off with a teaser full of tears. Pastry out, pastry in. High-end Patisserie. Everybody running around, going rogue. Someone's going, this is the final countdown, the episode before the finals. And the good thing is nothing seems to be going right for anybody. And then we have the theme, the opening, and then we go to Noel and Sandy, and a bit of a another one of a slow comedy. Let's see what happens. Noel and Sandy are talking, a little bit worried, partly because it's a semifinal, but Patisserie, it's French. I don't know anything about it, Sandy says. Well, says, don't worry, I got a half French. She goes, which half? He goes, I don't know. My parents never told me. And then he turns, because he was in profile, and he turns, and his other half is the image of a Frenchman with a mustache, a striped shirt, and a half beret. You know, this new Prince album just came out, and that's one of the songs on there. Just super deep cut, like the eighth disc, if you're buying it. She wore a half beret. The kind you find it, and you don't find at a secondhand store. Then we have our talking heads walking in. There's hand holding. See, Noel walks off. He's smiling. Then the camera goes overhead. Semifinals, baking battle royale. That's a alliteration royale. Whittled down to 3. Ruby and Bryony hold hands. Kim Joy talks about the added pressure. Judges were harsh last week. Don't want to disappoint them. Bryony says it's going to be not easy. A little bit nervous. Raul doesn't even want to think about it. It stresses him out. Ruby, on the other hand, is pumped up. She's like, I can't believe I'm here. I'm excited. And then it says, okay, Baker's got to make it through 3 Patisserie challenges, Stress City. Totes a Mosh is where Bryony is. Totes a Mosh. Ruby talks about digging deep. I'll find something. At some point she says, I ran a marathon, so this is, I'm ready. Semifinal, how tense is that? Somebody says 24 dipped Madeleines. And that's two different versions, 212, not just 24. Creative and decorative, clean, sharp lines. And it's going to be a high standard. So high, Paul goes from his denim shirt to a three-toned blue indigo shirt. They got an hour and a half. Set your clocks. Semifinal. Wind 4 of us. Rahul's never had Madeleines before, so that's Paul goes, yeah, come on, it's about finesse, precision, finesse, he says, correcting me. Deceptively difficult to make. Prue talks about the classical shape, the lines of the mold, perfect ridges, and then a bump. That's what keeps going through. A camel's hump, a gentle rise. You got to get that batter right from the start. Genoese sponge. You got to cool it down, just like they would say. Slow it down and watch out, because if you don't, you're going to lose your hump. So you cool it down. Put your pans in the freezer with Uncle Ebenezer. Bulbous bump, Ruby says. Raul says, a nice little hump. It's quite cute. There's baking powder. Some people are using baking powder to help with their bump. Rotitional is just air and eggs to give it its rise. Eggs and sugar. Light and fluffy. Eloise bump? I don't know what that says. Ruby's not freezing rhubarb? I don't know what that says either. Baking powder. Some people are less or more. How much? Give it a little rise. Elusive bump, Ruby says. Hello, Ruby, they say. Oh, you're not freezing your rhubarb or something? Raspberry. And lemon. Fresh raspberry in the Madeleine batter. Paul says, not frozen raspberry. Tries some mess with her head. Orange and stem ginger batch, and then a white chocolate and raspberry. Or dark chocolate in one of them. Paul says, this is going to be not an easy one. She goes, it's fine, Paul. I can take it. Leave me alone. So she lets him have it, which I like. She says, go explain somewhere else, dude. She says, I'm going to do my best to hit the road. And then I got to deal with Noel. Okay. Also, Rahul, 2-time star baker Rahul is also doing lemon and raspberry and white chocolate, which Ruby says, wait a second. Orange and chocolate is the other one. He's baking fresh raspberries in his batter, and then orange curd in the hump of his other Madeleine. And Paul says, do you got to use the baking powder? He goes, yeah, I did. I tried that once, but it didn't have the hump. He goes, one should have a hump. He goes, the other one with the raspberry, I'm not sure what the hump is now. I'm getting the hump now. I'm getting the hump, Paul. Paul's making jokes about his ability to go on. And they have to take the flavors of the Madeleine, too, to a whole new level. Bryony's putting some mint in there, delicate mint flavor. Kim Joy, orange batter. Head to herd, lemon and raspberry, white choco. Getting a hump now. No pressure at all, Raul. Zest, mojito, spiced rum. This is Bryony and Sandy. Sandy and Bryony are close. And Sandy says, you're gonna booze it up on those. And she goes, oh yeah. Prue does not want tea in her Madeleine. She says, I don't want tea in my mouth. Bryony says, don't worry, I got really fine tea. We'll find, it won't get any in your teeth. Good luck. I'll do my best. Noel says cocktails, Prue's all over it. Batters made, the race against the clock. Baker's got to chill, man. 10 to 20 minute chill time. Ruby's doing 10. Noel says semifinal. How about it to her? She's trying to work. She goes, what do you mean? He goes, what do it mean for you? Are you excited or nervous? She goes, excited. She goes, wouldn't you be shocked? He goes, yeah, I didn't know if you'd make it past week 2. And she says, same here. Then Kim Joy's trying to stay focused. She's chopping some sort of nut, ginger and lemon madeleines and orange bunny madeleines. Oh, pistachios she was chopping. Chop, chop, chop those pistachios. Aim for perfection. Cute little bunnies. I won't let you down, Peru. But you got to get that flavor right. We know you're doing to decorate. You're very artsy. You have a good eye. Noel says, your stuff always looks beautiful. Then we see Noel and a person in a gorilla suit playing shuttlecock, badminton, that's what it's called. When I watched the episode, I was like, what do you call the game you play with shuttlecocks? Shuttlecocks and humps. This episode is full of filling. Then we see everybody filling their tins or their bins. Paul and Prue are talking humps and putting fruit in a rise. For me, Paul says Madeleine's got to have that classic bump, man, but not a huge bump, Prue says. No, I don't know if they're going to use they're not using the proper method in my book. The Hollywood handbook in this case would be no baking powder. I'd like to hear Paul Hollywood on Hollywood handbook. Has Paul Hollywood been here? There's the thing. Maybe he already has. I'd have to search Hollywood on Hollywood handbook. That would be, because I don't know if he would get it. So it could be one of those episodes where he doesn't come back, which would make it a good one. Okay, so I got lost there. But let me know if you, has Paul Hollywood been on Hollywood Handbook? Because he has his own Hollywood Handbook he's always telling people about. But he would seem like the perfect guest for it, just because of the strong feelings about Paul online, and he has strong opinions. Trying to think who was on there that said strong. Oh yeah, I'm trying to think what the nickname for this person could be, so I don't say their name. They were famous in the 80s on MTV, and they were kind of a male version of a Valley Girl. Okay, so into the oven, critical minutes to create the hump. Temperature differences have to be spot on. Half an hour left. No time to breathe. Artistry and finesse are important. Frantic moves, finishing touches. Raul talks to Sandy. What's good? What's going in there? Orange curd, by the way. She goes, semifinal. I'm excited for you. He's not, because I'm not thinking about that. I'm just, then I'll worry. And then he's not really talking to her. So she's still talking to him. She goes, can you hear? I can't really communicate with you when you're been over by the oven. And he's not really answering his questions. She says, no, nothing there at all. Okay, we've just stopped communicating. Sorry. Oh, no, they haven't humped at all. They do have a small bump, though. I think he's underestimating his hump size. Kim Joy has giant ones. Ruby's have a small one. I guess I don't know why they're overjudging, but maybe they're looking for their Madeleines are supposed to have bigger humps. Don't worry. I'll be the first. Ruby cuts her Madeleines. So she says, I'm going rogue. I got to cut these to make them look nice. Raul has piping problems, and he's dipping them. They look nice. Red cocoa butter one. Noel says, I'll man the fort. He goes, yeah, they do look a little small, though, his bumps. Is that good or bad? 12 bunnies. Kim Joy's got 12 bunnies to pipe. A great signature sentence. I don't know, Sandy says. Let's see what she says, because I'm like 2 seconds ahead. Decoration time. Quickly dipping. He's a bit wonky. Getting them is all about precision, Sandy says. Kim Joy's running. 12 bunnies to pipe. Oh, 12 bunnies to pipe on its own. A great sentence. 1 minute decoration stress. Time is up. Rubbish. Adorable. A good hump. You have a good hump on you, Kim Joy, somebody says. Atrocious mess. So then they do the judging. Rahul is looks amazing. Perfect hump. Very good. Raspberry balances. Great flavor. Absolutely delicious. Great triumph. Thank you. He's smiling. So somebody says, stop grimacing, man. You did good. Then Ruby, a.k.a. Rubes, bit of a mess. Too much butter on your shells. Texture of underbaked polenta. That's a bit harsh, but the flavors are good. But not your best. And she says, I'll take it. For Bryony, they say, zany icing, your hump's not bad. But I'm not getting any lime or mint flavors. But I love the coffee bean flavor. Color's a little bit dark, which plays into your baking. Then they go to Kim Joy, nice, beautiful. Too much, you got too big a bump, too much of whatever the chemical rise. Not a massive flavor, not enough orange in your sponge, just a bit of hint of it. And then they go to the talking heads here. Afterwards, I'm still watching Ruby's getting, they're saying, okay, Kim Joy, Bryony. If you said it was vanilla in there, I don't taste nothing. Espresso martini, though, Sandy says, come on. She made an espresso martini for us to taste during this. Oh, no, those are the espresso martini flavored ones. Love the coffee bean flavor. Orange icing compliments your bunnies, Kim Joy. So it's half good. She says, thank you. She blows her hair. She goes, okay, I didn't even know what Madeleines were supposed to taste like. I thought the bigger hump, the better. Ruby says, yeah, I was worried about the lack of the hump. Big bump, lump, whatever you want to call it. Then Rahul says, why is everybody laughing about the word hump? And then we see a bee on a flower, kind of the hump of a bee. And that's it for that. Then we go to the longest ever technical challenge. Freezer, you use it, Prue says. And she says, okay, use a freezer. And off you go. They say, okay, bye-bye. And Prue's going to give Paul a makeover. Noel says, not going to be a stretch. Technical challenge. Prue would like you to make a torta settavelli, a patisserie of 7 layers, 2 chocolate Genoese sponges, silky smooth hazelnut bavois, praline base, chocolate mousse. Quite a lot of things, a lot of words. 3.5 hours for this almost impossible task. On your mark, get set, bake. And everybody's looking over the things. They say, I can't believe this. I had never heard of this thing. Wow, this is complicated. Kim Joy doesn't like technicals. Paul and Prue say, okay, Paul says, why'd you pick this? She goes, because it's a fantastic cake for semifinal. Beautiful. Also known as 7 Vales cake. Indulgent. Layers. She goes through again. Genoese sponge. Hazelnut bavois. 2 layers of that. Praline crunch. Chocolate mousse. And then the icing. She goes, main problem is going to be timing because this cake has got to be in and out of the freezer so each layer sets. And then you got to put a mirror glaze on it and then ribbons and stuff to get it set. Gorgeous, but even a professional patissier would have trouble with this. We're asking the near impossible. But you want to get as much air in and during the mixing process, everybody says. So we get some batter folding. How long you bake for? 25 minutes. People are tasting toasting hazelnuts to make the praline. As they bake the cake. I never knew a lot of the cakes on here are baked and cut in half. I can't cut anything in half precisely. like anything you got to do, like a bagel. I guess that's like an English muffin is nice because it's already cut for you, but like a bagel or even a roll is always like messed up when I do it. I guess this is just some of my personal issues. Anyway, toasted hazelnuts, praline, patisserie, but something. Raoul knows what bavois is. Then there's a good. Let's go back. Ronnie says, I love instructions. I've never made praline, Kim Joy. Caramel and nuts, eh? Ruby's cooling her praline. When the praline is set, make a paste. I guess you could blend it up. That's what Raoul does. Praline paste. Ruby says, what's a bavois? Custard with gelatin. Raoul says, Ruby says, I'm not a bavois person. And Sandy goes, I don't know what bavois is. We're not bavois people. And Sandy goes, that's a good name for a band, bavois people. Okay, so then they're making a custard. I think that's part of the bavois, the praline paste. Pulsing praline paste, that's maybe the thing. Swells among custard making, smells, chilling, praline layer, melted chocolate, fellutine, Raoul says. I say, yeah, I can do it because I can't pronounce it either. Cake comes out. Ruby says, okay, my cake looks okay. It's risen. It is risen. Cake was rude to Noel. Someone's cake, he says, it's talking to me. Kim Joyce, he says, I don't like the way cake is talking to me. Then people are slicing their cake into two cakes or two layers, which is interesting. I guess in a non-pro baker, what you do is you make cakes in those cake things, and then you stack them. Also bake them as fast as you can. They do use, what are those things called? Things that you put a kebab on for guidance, but I don't know how you could get that through straight. Okay, halfway through you blend it in with your background, ganache and cream. Kim Joy has mousse-related stress. The freezer is my friend, it is, Bryony says, like Yoda. People really care, but I just dislike technicals so much. And I think Noel's trying to say, you're going to be okay. She goes, I'm going to try. Because she's really, like, has mousse trouble. She's like, this is stressing me out. Then we get down to 1 hour to do the mirror glaze. You need a double cream for your mirror glaze. I've really got to zoom. She says, oh, no, that's wrong. Her mousse is not moussey. So, I mean, she really does have to do a reset. Gloopy. Cake around in the mousse. Freeze until sets. Kim Joyce says, maybe I'm ready to go home. I don't know. And that's when Noel cheers her up. He's also got a brilliant shirt on, purples. It's, got to see it. I mean, I can't describe it. It's an indescribable shirt. It's got a lot of color and a lot of decorations. But he does give Kim Joy a nice pep talk, not prep, half an hour left, mirror glaze. Got to make her chocolate curls, too hot baby. You're whisking, you're boiling your sugar, your water, your chocolates. Big blob of gelatin. And that's my first mirror glaze. That's what's gloppy for Bryony. Raul's cake is set. Ruby's cake, Kim Joy's cake. Everybody's looking. The cake is good. Now they got to put the mousse on it. And try to get it as smooth as possible. Kind of like whipped cream cake here. That's one of the cakes my mom makes, or whatever. Yeah, some sort of whipped cream or something. Kim Joy says, technicals really aren't my thing. How much time's left? A half hour remaining. Let's see. Everybody's saying, okay, trying to temper their chocolate. 32 degrees. It made it too hot, Raul says. Noel says, are you going to cry? This is a funny exchange. It's at 31 minutes left in the episode. He goes, you look like you're going to cry. You're going to cry? Don't cry. And he goes, I'm trying not to cry. Noel says, I'll cry for me. He says, please don't cry for me. Noel starts to cry. He goes, please don't cry. Please don't cry on the chocolate. Kim Joy's making her curls. Ruby's making hers. Bridie's making hers. Raul's a little frustrated. Kim Joy's definitely frustrated. Mirror glaze issues of 5 minutes. Bakers, you can do this. You can do it. Come on. We believe in you. Bridie's mousse is frozen. Kim Joy has to put hers on at the last second. Arg. Everybody's putting their mirror glaze on. Some people it's going good. Other people it is not. Bridie's is shiny but gloppy. Raul's is a little too thick. Kim Joy's still trying to do her mousse. Might be spreadable. And then you can do it. That's when you can do it. Smudge it around. Kim Joy's getting it on. Tidy it up. Put some hazelnuts on. Add some chocolate curls. 1 minute remaining. And, eventually the time is up. As everybody says, gets it done. A lot of exhales. Torta Settavelli. Bring it up here. Bring up your tortoise setting. Paul and Peru look them over. They go to Bridie's first. A shine. Very dark, layers even, tastes great, but the coating is like a PVC. It's not good. Everybody had problems with that. So, yeah, they say I'm not appreciating that. Ruby has an even mirror glaze. The layers look good. Goose mousse layers. Good mousse layers. So they like hers, fairly even, and does look like I'm not a super chocolate fan, but the other layers probably make it very edible. I also don't like a dense cake, which this seems like a denser cake, soft and edible. Then Kim Joy's up, bit of a rush. It looks like fairly neat. Mousse wasn't set. So you got some marbling. Very nice layers, but no mousse. Somebody told them from production. Mousse blended with the top, so very little mousse. Mousse is thin. Fruit takes it. Good praline, nice bavois, not enough mousse. And then Raul, serious issues with chocolate mixture, bit of a rush. Nice shine, though. They take it out, dark, almost as dark as the first one, rubbery coating. Coating's not even edible. So then they rank them. Rahul comes in fourth, Bryony in third, Kim Joy in second, and Ruby first. Ruby's very happy. Right now they're going through third place. Rubbery on the outside. And second spot, Kim Joy. Kim Joy's got to be relieved. That's quite like this cake. Layers were neat. Just needed more mousse, basically. And she admits it. Some mousse was challenging at the end. And they say, number one, Ruby. Bridie says, yay, Ruby. Mirror glazing, perfect. Layers, delicious, beautiful cake. And then they do the talking heads. Ruby's like, what? I can't believe it. But it turns out I'm delicious. Kim Joy's happy about second. I thought it was going to be fourth. I thought about giving up for 10 seconds. I said, no, I'm going to do it. Rahul's this is another one you got to catch. Talk about should be on the cover of a romance cooking novel. Right around with 26 minutes left, he's leaning against the fence, Raul, out in the country, and he's talking. He very cuts a striking figure. He's like kind of playing with his fingers, and he says, "It's okay. Something good happens, then something bad happens right behind it." I said, "Dude, that's the story." I have that mindset. And Bryony says it's going to come down to the showstopper tomorrow, so that's it. Then we see sunset. The AM chain bakers walking in, and table talk. And Sandy says, usually we know where things are headed, but now it's up in the air. It's like a fresh start. Everybody's kind of even. They talk about, today's a fresh day. Everybody has to put it in for the showstopper. It's extraordinary because yesterday, Raul and Ruby flipped from top to bottom. And Kim Joy got a little bit stronger. And she's always been consistent. Bryony's kind of in the weakest position. Sandy says it comes down to personality. Kim Joy had a wobble, but she's going to have to show something. Raul's lost his faith. Bryony's a fighter, so she can get through too. But I've been so fond of them, and I don't want to lose anybody. And they call Paul old misery guts, but I'm sure you can't wait to get rid of anybody. And they say, okay, morning, lovely bakers. You're going to have to do a Parisian window full of pastry, 3 types of pastry, choux, a pâte sucrée, and a puff pastry, millefeuille, or however you say them. You got 5 hours, all about finesse. Flavor and decorations are up to you. This is a high-end world of baking, so it's a tough challenge. You got to get cracking. The cakes are in the windows, perfection is what Peru, Parisian Patisserie perfection from Peru. No room for error. This is the toughest one ever. This is the kind of thing Peru says, this is the perfect thing you have at the end of a meal, a luxury. And if you've already eaten French food, it's got to be so looks so good that you can't resist it. Ball says, puff pastry's the hardest. He wants pure perfection. He says, these are amateur bakers, but this is the kind of thing you got to be really good at. Bruce says, it doesn't have to just taste good, it has to look good because, it tempts you into eating it. And 3 out of 4 bakers are taking the fast track to flakiness for this colossal challenge. They should have the Great British alliteration off. Flavor elements to create. Everybody's working. So the rough pastry shortcut is, that's what goes in the millefeuille or whatever. Rough puff instead of a full puff. Grating butter instead of laminating it. And that should allow them to do multiple layers in no time. And you chill it, go big or go home. She's doing laminated butter layers. So she's like, I'm going to be pushing myself a bit more. But you got to go for it. Everything's riding on it. So Bryony's doing a full puff pastry, walnut flavored millefeuille. That's what it is, millefeuille. I think I have it written somewhere too. Red choux pastry eclairs with funky white chocolate domes. Paul says, this is about professionalism. That's the way you got to approach it as a professional now. And it might be difficult to make that jump. But Brian goes, I'm tuned in. I've been looking up trendy patisserie pastries, and I'm going to go for it. The trendy pastries at the moment. Raul's, he goes, I've been going down to my local high street in Sheffield and looking around and looking at the windows. And he goes, I'm going for that traditional look. I'd love to be a patissier chef. And just like him, he wants to keep the price down to earth. He's a pastry chef of the people. What a hero. Even then, the people's patissier, Sandy says. So he's making some uncharacteristically pared back things, lemon and blueberry, caramel eclairs, glazed fruit tarts, and short crust pastry in his tarts, short but buttery. Should have rolled it thicker, he says. Will says, are you good? How's it going? Are you okay? No pulse, man. But he's not laughing. Pat Sucre. Yeah, Pat Sucre. Patty Sucre. Pate Sucre? Patty Sucre. Remember Patty Sucre? She was the best. She was the fastest runner in my class. Okay, so we have the tart assembly and going to the oven, and then preparing the fillings, which have to be silky smooth. Bryony's making something that's quite sherbety. Oh, no, this is Ruby with her lemon verbena. That's what deodorant I have on. Sherbet. I'd like to know the English sherbet. I got to find out more about that. Paul sneaks some of Raul's food while he's working on it, which stresses him out. Bryony's doing the most ambitious thing. She's really nervous. She's in tart filling, most ambitious tart filling, chocolate dome, cherry mousse, cherry jelly. But it's got a set. But she says, I got to keep going. You know, that's what I got to do. They're halfway through the showstopper. Sandy says, she goes, you want me to do it in French? She says something like, La plume in my desk. After the blind baking starts, got to put the tarts back in the oven with the fillings. Somebody says 2.5 hours are gone. Literally, they're gone. Millefeuille starts to come together. Bryony has a checklist, and she goes through that. Okay, done. Got to get a full puff, more rolling and resting. I guess that's how you do it. You roll it, you rest it. That gives the layers when they're laminated with butter. Noel's like kind of bugs Ruby a lot while she's on her list. And she's like, kind of get away from me. He writes on her list, batch baking, ovens make way or something. Lot to juggle. As if they didn't have enough to juggle. They got to keep going because you have to start work on your third choux pastry. Another Herculean challenge at this stage of the thing. Making choux is tricky, Raul says. I never even heard of choux till this, to be honest. It's all about stamina. Oh, boy. But yeah, Ruby says, I got the stamina. I haven't run a marathon before. In the zone. Sandy says, are you ramped up? She goes, yeah. She goes, I'm in the zone. I ain't even paying attention to other bakers. I'm blocking everything else out and doing what I have to do. Paul says, what's the style? She goes, for the display, she goes, like a bouquet of flowers. So a floral display, strawberry, mint, millefeuille, chocolate hazelnut, St. Honors or something. Lemon verbena toplets topped with meringue. Pretty punchy flavors, Paul says, with that lemon verbena. Heck of a punch. And Sandy says, or Bruce says, make sure the flowers don't detract from the beauty of your bakes. No edible flowers. So then Kim Joy is also doing flowers. She's also added crackling to her choux or something. It's a biscuit, but on a choux pastry. Noel says, I know a lot about baking. Everything I've learned, he goes, I'm going to bake it all and eat it. And then sleep for 1,000 years. Bryony's falling behind. Ruby's piping. Kim Joy's doing like a puff nun. Religieuse, which is religieuse or something. Religious, looks like a nun. Choux nuns, crunchy crackling topping. Mango and passion fruit tarts with meringue and fresh fruit, and a millefeuille with lemon, blueberry, and feathered icing topping. Sandy says, you came back from a wobble. She goes, yeah, it's my proudest moment. I really came through, kept going. And everybody's smiling. They said, keep going, Kim Joy, do your best. Then we get back to the baking. Bryony's playing catch-up, 220 degrees into that's, I think, Ruby's thing. I'm going to have a good sleep after this, somebody says. No time to rest now, though. And she was going to be last minute. Then we see some lambs. 1 hour left. Come on, kids. So let's do this. You can do it. Pastry out, pastry in. Pastry out, pastry in. Then Noel goes up to Raul. He goes, what are you doing? He goes, slicing my strawberries. He goes, what else are you doing? And he goes, dooming. He goes, dooming? What's that? He goes, oh, feel free to stay to see me dooming. Dooming. Is that a new thing? He goes, yeah. All the kids are dooming today. Dooming. Very similar. I mean, this is how my mind works, too. Ruby's trying to open up her hot pastries. A lot of stress. Way too puffy. Pretty sharpish. Bryony says about her flavors. Yeah, you look ahead. You gotta, oh, this is Sandy and Ruby. Full bakery in here. You look ahead of the game. Ruby says, don't let the game hear that. Nobody knows if they're going to have enough time. They have to assemble. A lot of work left to do. Decorating. Putting it together. 36 pastries. No stopping. Even Kim Joy seems like she's going. Bryony's pastry is a little bit raw inside. Oh, no. No way to put it back in. Noel says no. She goes, well, it's a little bit doughy in the middle. It's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. He gives her a hug and a kiss on the temple. It begins in earnest, properly raw inside. Keep carrying on half an hour. Milfoy. Here's where I wrote it at the end of the episode. But Ruby says, mine's too tall for a milfoy. Bryony's getting her tarts done. Claire's in piping. Raul's like really stressed. This is bad, really bad. Kim Joy's puffing up her nuns. Just have to go with it. Okay. This is like a lot of holy piping. Raul's like, I can't even fill up my eclairs all the way. Ruby's fruit's not staying on her dome properly. One thing I've learned is always glaze your fruit. If you're going to be on this show, always glaze your fruits. And he had his glaze ready, Raul. And he says, hey, I need a pastry brush. Noel, can you get me one? He goes, pastry brush? What's a pastry brush? Let me ask somebody. He goes, it's basically a brush. And he says, okay, for brushing pastry. Like a toothbrush, but longer. He says he's going to ask someone. It seemed like he was serious. That's Raul says, I don't think I'm going to be able to glaze these anyway. 5 minutes, please stick, and then their time is up. Everybody bargain. This is a bargaining stage. You're bargaining with your pastries. Step away from your bakes. Bryony says, it was a mighty cock up. One of Ruby almost falls after that. She almost falls down. She trips over something. I think she goes to comfort Bryony or Kim Joy, and she almost trips. Let's see. We have it here. Please stick, Raul saying. Step away from your bakes. Oh, well done. Clapping. Breathing. Mighty cock up. Ruby hugs Raul. Kim Joy says, oh, goodness. Slumps over. That's when Ruby almost slips on Bryony's stuff. We get the outside shots. A pastry shop displays. Now face the judgment of Paul and Prue. Kim Joy's up first. Her milfoy. Very dull look. Dry on the top. Flavor's wonderful, though. Oh, no, that's not that one. Let's see. Because the whole thing is they're supposed to be delicate and small, and these look chunky and round, big stuff. It's supposed to be delicate and punching big flavor in small cakes. Let's start the milfoy. Dry top on a milfoy. Paul Hollywood does not like it. It looks dull, Prue says. But they eat it, and they say, what do they say? Could have cooked a little longer. It has to be totally crisp, which is not good for Bryony. Kim Joy, flavor's wonderful, though. Paul doesn't like the look of her next thing. Her tarts, they're all broken up. Should use Italian meringue. He bites it. Love the filling. Bruce says pastry's good. Paul says, let's just move on to the shoe. Well, doesn't look too bad. A little bit burnt, a little bit dark. Terrible way to take out a nun. Everybody laughs. And this is properly filled, though, so that's the hard part. And nice orange flavor, quite tart. Paul likes that. Don't agree with the crackling. Problem is then you can't get an even bake. But nice flavor on those. Overall idea, execution wasn't as good as it could have been. And they go to Ruby. Really, really, really pretty. We get a good shot of him from above. Very beautifully decorated. Exception of the Saint Honors or whatever. Too much caramel. Love the idea, but they're all too big. Some of them are huge, so now it's down to bacon flavor. Puff pastry looks good. Hoping it's not soft in the middle. Layers are good, well baked. A little, not a wet bit in there. Just how it should be. Beautiful. Really good. Love the mint. Mint is delicious and delicate. Oh boy. Okay. Next one is shortbread on the bottom. That sounds good too. Paul steps away. Bruce says flavor's delicious. Paul says clever with the buns and the chocolate filling. Base is fantastic. Crispy all the way through. Pipe works good on the tarts. Meringue looks good, but I don't like unglazed fruits. That's one of Paul's things. Come on, people. But he says your lemon curd is powerful. Holy moly. Or Bruce says that. So strong. And what a strong flavor. Maybe if you had some raspberry coulis in there, that could have. Then they go to briny. Massive. Clumsy. So they start off like pretty harsh. Looks a bit thick on the pastry. We were looking for delicacy. Clumsy. Briny always agrees with them. Moose runs. Briny comments on that. That's just nice. Potent flavors, but the tart is chewy. Too thick, Bruce says. These look good, but I could see them, the red cherry things. But, if they're smaller, I could see them in a shop. He goes, what is this, just plain? And then they say it's salty, very salty. Did you, and Bryony says, I could have mixed up my salt and my sugar. Then the milfoy, Bryony really is composed, though, because they say this is raw, salty, cooked too much and raw. Caramel's nice, though, but it's also salty. And she goes, I don't know. And I'm sorry. And Bruce says, Bryony, you have to apologize to yourself. You could do better than this. Probably the wrong time to get it wrong. Then Raoul's, they say, not finished. Why didn't you glaze these? Again, Paul stares at him. Because you can't sell these if they're not glazed. Noel really frowns at Paul's attitude. I don't know. I think they get along, though, behind the scenes. But they taste these, so this is classic. Flavor's good. If it had the glaze, it would be perfect. A little bit thick of a base. Then they go to the eclair, not completely full. They bite it. Paul's chewing. Bruce has a lovely flavor. A bit too much salt, but pastry's soft. Pastry's about right. Top isn't neat. Caramel's all over. Paul says, this is boring, man. Really boring. Bruce says, I wouldn't say it's boring, but it's not the most exciting eclair I've ever eaten. Then Paul says, this one worries me, the milfoy. And then they taste it and they say, holy moly. I didn't think I was going to like this. Delicious, really good. Looks hideous, tastes amazing. They say thank you. He says the curd, the blueberries, the cream, stunning. Thank you, Rahul. Thank you. Then we see Kim Joy tasting one of her things. Rahul, can't even look up. Then we go outside, the table talk. Okay, semifinal, Parisian window. Is this what you imagined? Almost there. Some of them are nearly there, some off the mark. Rahul didn't have a good day. Looked terrible. I don't know what happened to him, Bruce says. He's definitely taken a step back. Let's talk briny. I was surprised. Bruce says, this was the day to pull out all the stops and be your best. And if you got your salt and your sugar confused, and maybe that's what happened. Ruby did overall well. Love her shoe. Biscuit base that actually worked. Fabulous flavors, Bruce says. Pastry is beautiful. And they liked the idea of Kim Joy's thing. Pretty good. Flavors were there, but I didn't enjoy the crackling, Paul says. But of course they say if they're going to had to eat one thing, it'd be Rahul's Milfoy. So sensational. Sandy's even eating one to test it out. She can't get it in there. Double-decker minibus. Biggest thing I've ever seen. You won't have to eat for a week. Then we go back. This is it. The moment we haven't been waiting for because we love these four so much. They say, okay, lovely bakers, thanks for getting through. Noel gets the job of announcing the star baker. And he says, star baker is Ruby, but it's a subtle thing because, they're worried. Everybody's holding hands. Ruby does smile and cover her face. Everybody else is happy for her, really happy. On a roll, baby girl, on a roll. And Sandy tries to be professional, but she's really close to these players. So she goes, it's tricky because we're so fond. I might cry now, too, just because Sandy's powerful, man. Fortune nature in this tent. Wow, I'm really feeling it. And I'm afraid, because Bryony's great, man. Spent a lot of time with her, too. And Sandy says, I'm afraid it's Bryony that we're going to lose. Bryony's, it's emotional. So sorry, my friend. So sorry. Thank you for your kind words. Bryony says, yes, sad to not be going through, but I made it very far. And what an experience. My musketeer, Ruby, calls her. Bruce says, nobody want to see Bryony go. She's good at coming back when things didn't go well. Bryony talks about her love of baking. And I'm proud of myself. So I'm very proud of myself. And Raul kind of stares. He's in shock. A person who never baked a single cake until his 29th birthday is a finalist. Then everybody hugs each other. Fantastic final. Paul's expecting artistic flair. Bring their A game. It's going to be the best final ever. I promise you. Ruby tells Noel, I bet you're shocked. Kim Joy was hoping. So then everybody has 2-star bakers. Most evenly balanced final ever. Right? She looks off camera and the episode ends. So that's it. And we'll be back soon with the final episode of this season of the Great British Baking Bake Off. To sleep. Good night, everybody. All right, everybody. Scoots here. It has been a while for me, though it'll only have been a few episodes for you for when I have seen Great British Bake Off. I mean, I'd already seen this episode, but that I actually formally recorded because I just went through the whole Mandalorian series. And I had tried to get all of the Great British Bake Off episodes done, but I just couldn't get this last final done. So it's after, so this is coming out before even you're listening to the last 2 episodes of The Mandalorian. That's when I'm recording this, but you'll be far in my future. This is the final of Collection 6, Episode 10, season or series, I forgot. And it does not open with a comedy sequence. That was one thing I noticed. But there's a teaser of the finalists, Rahul, Kim Joy, and Ruby kind of running around. obviously in the finale, begging, what do you call that? Bargaining, all the stages of being a reality show contestant. They're dealing with love with us, leave, no commentary, outside nature. Oh, that comes up next. Outside nature. Now they walk, but they're not walking towards the tent. They're already in the tent, the three of them. I would like to frolic in the creek outside of, it's probably a protected creek. So they'd say, sir, you can't, the queen wants to speak with you for frolicking in our creek. That's a heritage creek. And I say, well, this was on my dream list though. So when we see aprons going on, talking heads. I wanted to cover this talking head stuff. Classic line from Raul. They say good luck to one another. Very surreal. Raul says, never thought I'd get this far. Very, very, very nervous. Kim Joy says, last night I was thinking, well, if I won it, that would be amazing. I'd love to win it. Ruby says, I've been on lows, highs. Can I get it higher? I don't know. I mean, the competition's phenomenal. But I'm standing my ground. I'm proud to be a part of the final three. And Sandy goes, 3 remaining bakers. Final challenge. 3 final challenges. If they come out, congratulations, finalists. Doesn't that sound great? Man, Sandy, especially with this episode, just seals it. Talk about somebody you wish you aspire to be friends with. So she says, okay, first up is 2 batches of beautiful iced donuts. Noel says that. 6 filled, 6 ring donuts. Iced donut challenge. Judges are looking for icing technique, beautiful decoration. Batches should be consistent in size, shape, and finish. Like me and Sandy, they said, Noel says, it's 3 hours on your market set bake. And they go into action right away, starting to work. Raul's talking about stress. Batches of beautifully baked donuts, they're not baked. 3 hours. Oh, when does he say milk? Where does he say that? The classic Raul, he says, let's see, finals just started. The more I stress, the more I think about it, Raul says, but I just got to crack on. Oh, no, that's Ruby. I don't know. Raul at some point has a great milk line. Paul says, yeah, I love donuts. They're hard to make. Aerated texture. Flavors that pack a punch, beautiful golden brown. Keep it simple, but keep it perfect. And Bruce says, all the bakers have been Starbreaker twice. Level playing field, nobody out front. Fantastic competition for a final. And they go to Raul first. So we're on donuts. When you cut a donut, what are you looking for? He goes, well, I've never had a donut before I did this challenge. He laughs. And Sandy's like, what? He goes, yeah, Sandy says, is there any equivalent in India? He goes, no. And I was just not interested in deep fried bread. Paul's shocked. They show the donuts he's making. One is going to have paisley royal icing, and the other one's going to have orange buttercream flowers, like a wreath, which kind of gets a long pause from Paul and Peru, like buttercream. And he says, and Bruce says, like to eat. And even Sandy says, well, that'll be messy. And they go, no pressure. Good luck, buddy. See you later. So he's even more nervous. Kim Joy seems a little more confident. She says, yeah, I enjoy making donuts. So doing well in the signature should be a good start. So we'll see. She's mixing. Hers are going to be an amaretto diplomat-filled donut and then a lemon ring donut with iced bumblebees and a lemon glaze. The other one will have orange glazed, flavored dough, because there isn't a whole lot of time. Ruby's making cinnamon dough. Holy cow, I didn't know that. She's proving 35 minutes, 2 different doughs, pushing herself. What's the point of going to the final and coasting? Dulce de leche and raspberry and cardamom ring donuts. The dulce de leche has cinnamon dough. Oh, boy. She said she practiced 5 times this week. Sandy says, did you take the week off work? She goes, yeah, I did, but I'm tired. Holy cow, I've been working. So organized, very impressed. Good luck. You got to do this. Good luck in the final. Thank you. Thank you. Ruby says, yeah, I want to prove myself. So my family likes my cooking, and they're quite nice to me, but they're not always nice. They're tough. Then they show her with her family some childhood pictures at her kitchen table. Great pictures. Definitely a lot of tears in this episode for me. They talked to Sonia, her sister, who said she's always been excelled at everything, hardworking. They read one of her report cards. She's doing practicing. She even has notes up, post-it notes up everywhere. Vina, her cousin, like little inspiring notes. Cool, confident. I'm the winner. I'm star baker. And they say she's going to show the world of what she can do. Her mom, Kelly. I'm going to be the proudest mom in the world. And then it's back to Ruby. She has like a caramel in a can in water. Well, the baker's dough is proving they're making the fillings. So everybody's making that. Almond liqueur, alcohol with a kick. Let's see. So Raul's mango. Oh, he talks about David and Liz. This is, oh boy, man. Talk about pulling on the heartstrings. Sandy says, who's coming to the final for you? Goes, well, I don't have any family here, but David and Liz, I like my family. They're the ones that encouraged me. David encouraged me to apply. Sandy says, we all need friends like that, don't we? And he goes, yeah. And then they show his friends and Raul looking at pictures when he was a boy visiting the Taj Mahal, not even smiling there. And they met David and Liz met him through work when he moved from India 8 years ago. He didn't know anybody. He was on his own. And they kind of look back at their relationship and how good he was at baking, how he got into it, picking up a new cuisine from a country, and now he's a top free baker. You see his friends are so proud of him. Then he talks to his parents who are also proud of him. I like how he was in his socks, like zooming with his parents. We see pictures of him as a child. And David says, my life would be a lot poorer if I hadn't met Raul. Then Noel says, you're halfway through. He puts up a donut to his eye, red donut. Touching stuff. Everybody starts cutting their donuts, make them uniform in size. Kim Joy's even making sure she's weighing her donuts out. So very precise. They all want to weigh. She wants them all to be 50 grams, and then I'll know they're all cooked. And then you have to proof the donuts after you assemble them. Precision, chocolate rainbows. Kim Joy's making what looks like bees, but also something that looks like UFOs. And I'm not sure if those were UFOs. I'll have to check. Kim Joy, talking. Oh, she talks to Nabil, her partner. I think it is UFO. So they show them looking at old pictures, talking about how they met, pictures from them on a trip, some of her notes. Goes, yeah, I met Kim Joy at a board game night. She's into baking. It's like heaven being with a baker. And he goes, she's like a mad artist throwing stuff together. She just creates incredible things, beautiful art. One of her friends says, I feel bad eating it because it's so pretty. And they all talk about how proud they are of her and getting in the finals and how she's going to win. Like, where they're confident in their friend. She's going to do it. And even Nabil gives her like a handshake like he's Paul. Noel looks at the bees. He says, holy cow. Then a real bee lands on a fake bee. And then he makes jokes about it, wiggling. He layers of jokes. He says, yeah, sexy time, maybe? He's going to be embarrassed when he goes back to the hive. There's just two great jokes on top of one another. Then there's a shot of a real bee. Then they say 1 hour left. And everybody's getting ready to cook. They do the warning about the frying. Rahul's having buttercream stress at some point. Fry time, perfect temperature. Ruby's doing 180 degrees. Kim Joy in 2.5 minutes. Ruby 2 minutes, or Kim Joy 2. I don't know. Ruby 2.5 minutes. Kim Joy 2 minutes and flip. Then there's a flip phase sequence. Second time stress, normal stress. Raul, he's always like a bit under duress. You don't want raw dough. Some people are getting a little overcooked and a little bit misshapen. Say, come on, please don't do that to me. Kim Joy runs to get a second timer, and yeah, Sandy says extra stress. Raul stress. No, 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 no. Massive air bubble on one of Ruby's. The donuts come out. 15 minutes. Telling the donuts. What does that mean? Like following Ruby on set. I don't know. I have to see what that is. Raul. Oh, his bag blows out. That's coming up. I carried away. Get this over with. Outside shot. Bakers, you have 15 minutes. Kim Joy. Ruby's filling hers pretty effectively. Same with Kim Joy. Kim Joy's weighing his, but Raul's is jammed, so his blows up. He had a lot of setbacks, which was a setup for a comeback. That's what a setback is. If you say that, but yeah, he's working. He loses his mango. Such a big mess, he says. Mango on your wrist and collar. Have you had an affair with a mango? Noel says everybody's getting their, Kim Joy's getting her lemon glaze, white chocolate for Ruby. Raul's down on himself. 1 minute left. What? Everybody says, oh no. So they're trying to get him done, hoping the judges will love the decorations. Some kind of spray. I don't know what the spray is, finishing spray or something. Everybody's decorating. Swervy donuts. Ruby says, drip, 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 drip. Place your donuts at the end of your stations. Signature done. Everybody, oh boy. Then Kim Joy goes first. Uniform, shaped good, delicious, decadent, nice texture, nice and light, very nice, heavy. Something heavy. I'll hear they're eating it right now on screen. Kim Joy's the ring donuts are very uniform, ununiform, quite dark on the bottom. So, but this one's light. Oh, so not uniform, inconsistent. Shapes round though, and decorations delicate, carefully done. Nice texture inside, nice and light. Nice and lemony, Prue says. Great color, great texture, got flavor. Then, wow, these are heavy, these ones. A lot of filling in there. Almond liqueur, yes. Paul just keeps saying lots of filling. Very almondy. Great flavor, Paul says. A lovely flavor, Prue says. And she goes, you could have gone overboard. I might come back and eat it because Prue loves that liqueur in the food. Then they go to Ruby, cardamom and raspberry ring donuts. Great designs. She's got a good spacey one. Bit of dripping though. Let's take a look. They cut the ring in half. Good texture. It's light. But chocolate's very sticky. I'm not sure if that's the right way to go. Paul says basic donut is excellent, but it's too sweet and too sticky, the topping. Then they take the filled, and Paul says it's underfilled. Takes a bite. Prue takes a bite. They don't even say anything, so you know it's not good. Bit boring. Needed lots of filling in there. And a lighter icing, maybe. Because how much sugar can you get? Thanks, Ruby. So Ruby's like, oh boy. And she had missed filling even one of them. Then they go to Rahul. And his colors are amazing, they say. But Bruce says that. Such personality. Over-decorated, maybe, Paul says. But he goes, let's see the flavor. And then Noel says, if I have a funeral, bring this wreath donut, put it on, bring it for me. A little dark and oily, though. Texture's a little bit tight, Paul says. Underproved. Eats it. He says, far too much buttercream. And so we don't get to, he goes, just buttery. He goes, I don't want to taste butter when I eat my donut. He goes, I like the height of the filled donut, massive, too much filling. Oh my goodness. And they eat it and then, say the texture's better, lighter than the first one, and I do like that mango filling, mango bomb, because it's absolutely stuffed. Thank you very much. Noel says, yeah, don't forget that I put it on my pass away stone. Ross says, yeah, that's too much. I agree with her feedback. Dear me. He always says that, dear me. Ruby says, well, it's not the best of starts. I don't make it easy, though. Just relax, keep going. On to the next challenge. Kim Joy goes, Prue really liked it. I love the flavors. It's my last chance to win a technical, which would be lovely. No pressure, though. Then we see some sheep, some sun, and it's hot, I guess, and the temperature's about to go up a notch, Sandy says. Nola comes, this is the last technical. Paul, any advice? Make good use of your heat source, he says, which is, everybody says that's weird. And they send them off. Can you lay any of these foresters? Oh, that was that other thing, talking heads. We got that. Ovens are out of bounds. So are your workbenches, because we're going outside. Are you with us? Everybody's like, what? Or get your trays and come with us. Their trays are very heavy, and they make them carry them, at least on camera. They go outside. There's campfires, umbrellas. I guess they have to make 6 pita breads with 3 dips out in the garden. You can also catch some preparation for the final finale part tomorrow. So that must have been a little bit distracting. And they say, okay, for your technical challenge, 6 pita on the campfire. You get them. I mean, Top Chef's done this too. It's not something I really like, is where you throw people for a curve this late in the game and say, you've excelled so far. I'm sure they got a lot of criticism online, so I don't need to criticize this. It's just like it happens in a lot of these cooking shows where it's like, can you shake it up earlier then? Or maybe do it for a challenge where you win something else, but you can't get eliminated. And none of them, they have to build the fire and manage the fire, everything. So it's really, this is a bit of a mess. Ruby does say, Bear Grylls, eat your heart out. Then they go to Paul, campfire pita bread. Prue says, why'd you pick that? And Paul goes, well, never done it before. Bacon bread on a hot stone's been around for thousands of years. So it'd be a good challenge. But you can have the right temperature to make a good pita, because it puffs up. It's too hot, it'll take out the yeast and be more of a flatbread. So there's 3 dips. That's another important thing. Lots of ingredients to play with. That goes well with pita bread. Roasted something. And Paul goes, yeah, I love this one. So they're going to get hot under the collar. Temperature's going to be, he loves this. So they're cooking. They got to prove, they even have to make the dough and prove it. So you got to keep it, Ruby's like, I think it put a little bit wetter on the dough. And Kim Joy says it's been a while, so it's, and it's wholemeal flour. So she's like, yeah, we got to work this. So there's a lot of kneading going on, eyebrows running down people's faces, really hot. Noel even tries to play that up. And then they try to let their thing proof for 30 minutes in different places. Then they make their dips. What do we got? 3 dips. I still don't know what they are. One's like a baba ganoush, salsa verde or something. But they're all trying to figure out the fire, because you got to let it die. You got to make a fire and then let it die down to the coals. Oh, like a roasted pepper and onion one too. But again, they're all trying to figure it out as they go. So a lot of work. They're trying to blacken the peppers on the fire. Stuff's rolling around. Sandy and Noel don't even know what to do because they're like, Raul says, help, can I use some help? Sandy says, we can't really help you. He like raises his hand. She goes, are you panicked? He goes, I don't know what I'm doing. And he goes, I don't know. He goes, these, and he goes, my peppers are burning. And she goes, yeah, I better get out of here. And then no, they say how much time they have left. They play a little badminton. Everybody's trying to get their, what do you call it? Peppers together. Make the dips burnt down. Peppers over a log. Raul, no. 1 hour left. Let's go. Badminton. Oh, they don't have anything to mash other than their hands. So they're trying to mash up their stuff. Peel and chop on a dip down. Rahul didn't like baba ganoush. He blows on a smoky pepper. That's cool. Half an hour. 6 equal pittas. And Ruby's like, I think mine are a little thick. Got to puff it up like pita bread. So they heat up their slate. They're cooking on slate. Rahul's blowing on his fire with something. And everybody's waiting for us to puff. There's no puffing. Yeah. There's no puffing. Kim Joy something. Everyone but squad on extra 5 minutes. Let's see. Spray the pita with the za'atar and water. They're using like even, they're really in, Ruby had put her za'atar in something else. Yeah, I don't know what they did. Probably the dough's not hot enough. Too much heat will kill the yeast. The pita bread won't rise. Covered that part. Rahul's very focused on heating his fire. He would be a good fire tender. But yeah, this is just a rough challenge. I think they do just end up being like, okay, not much puffing, little bubbles on Kim Joy's, but nowhere near. It's too hot for Rahul and Ruby, and they're getting a little crispy. One of Kim Joy's burns, but she had enough extra, what do you call it, to make one more. Squidges one extra out. So everybody's trying again. 5 minutes left. And these are going to be flat as a shoe. Total, I mean, everybody's just like, you're turning out awful, which is understandable. And Stress City, oh no. That is bad. Damage control. Disgraceful. Bin that one. Utter disgrace. Diabolical. Then they get back and it's like, okay, we're looking for beautifully baked pita breads. Who versus whose? So they line everybody's up next to their photographs. Get out of the sun. They say, Ruby says, I'll never complain about the tent again. And they start with Rahul's charred on some places. They're baked, but more of a flatbread than a pita. Flamed pepper. Got a kick. His dips are superior. Baba ganoush and the cherry or something. Texture's nice. Kim Joy's, they're thinner, much better shape. Slight envelope, but it's charred. Za'atar's burnt. Then they have the dips, nice flavor, salsa verde, it's got a nice kick. Paul's like taking it back. Then they go to Ruby's, the thickest and the smallest. They need to be thinner. Let's try the dips. Salsa verde's got za'atar. Something just poked me in the mouth. They like the pepper one, nice blend. And they say, oh boy, this is going to be tricky. Who has triumphed in the final technical? In third spot, they have Ruby. Too bad with the big problem was with the breads. Second place is Rahul. If it was a dip competition, you would have been on top. But your bread was a little charred, a little bit thick. And first place, Kim Joy. And she laughs. She's very proud of herself. And she's really, I think, the first two competitions was head and shoulders above everybody. And they go, yeah, you did good. That's a compliment. And she's like, finally, I want a technical on the talking head sequence. I can sleep well tonight. Ruby says, I didn't come in last. I came in third. But, I just do my best tomorrow. A good night's sleep, come tomorrow morning. Raul says, I'll have my glass of milk. That's it. My favorite part of the episode, 28 minutes into the episode. Get some sleep, have my milk, and I'll put my everything into tomorrow. And the sun sets, then they have a shot of the sun, and they say, okay, one channel remaining. Everybody marches in. They're in the tent again. We see setup for the party outside. Family and friends will discover who wins. They have to say, okay, Kim Joy won the technical. This is the table talk. Bruce says, yeah, it's close. Kim Joy did well in the signature. Yeah, they all did okay. They've worked this hard. It's down to the last challenge. Noel's showing a lot of skin. His shirt's unbuttoned way down. Someone's going to have to excel. It's going to come down to the baking, and baking will choose the winner. Paul also has like 3 buttons down on his shirt. Noel's shirt doesn't have any more buttons, so that's just a style. And he's lucky that his chest isn't very hairy, so he can get away with it. So they go back in, and they get ready to announce like what's going on. Welcome back, final challenge. You can feel the sense of calm. This is your last showstopper, and Paul and Prue want you to create a landscape dessert, incredible landscape dessert, delight for the senses, visually exciting, texturally stunning, taste sensation. And this is your last chance to shine. And I think we should remind them just to rub it in. This is it. 4.5 hours. On your marks, get set, bake. And Kim Joy says, usually at the starts when I'm the most stressed. But Ruby says, nothing big, just the finals. Bruce, extraordinarily excited and nervous. Concepts just as important as a bake, Bruce says. Landscape that we're not expecting. Perfectly executed. Paul says he wants 3 elements, a cake, nice and light with flavor, biscuits with a nice snap, and something else in all the criteria. And Bruce says, I hope nobody's too ambitious. It's 32 degrees and rising. Paul's like, I know no idea who's going to win. They check in with Ruby. She's doing a magical landscape. 3 main elements, a shoe mountain in the background, shortbread hills, passion fruit cake, and sweeping praline dust pathways with salted pistachio brittle stepping stones, blueberry compote, cardamom hills, shoe mountain with lemon cream patisserie with unicorns on the cakes. Isomalt like a lake, and they say, good luck, try your best. She says, okay. And Noel wants to talk unicorns. He goes, unicorns are in baking, minotaurs not so much. Minotaurs, he says, so. Kim Joy's going to be minotaur free, but she will have mythology because she's doing the lost city of Atlantis. She loves fantasy. And she goes, I feel like I live in a fantasy world anyway. Ginger cake and ginger biscuit recipes that won Kim Joy Star Baker and Spice Week. Waiting to be discovered, salted caramel well and treasure chest, fondant seahorses, isomalt coral. But there's one ancient mystery Kim Joy has to solve. She needs ancient Greek. She says, Sandy, can you look up ancient Greek for Atlantis for me? She says, I'll do it. No problem. Leave it with me. Then Rahul, his timer doesn't work. That's one. He's doing a rock garden because the Victorian explorers started rock gardens when they went to different countries, and then they brought it back with them, or they've discovered them. And he goes, I came to do my PhD here. I don't know. I guess I miss him, what he's saying, but, he's doing this edible rock garden, cardamom-filled choux, two-tier chocolate orange cake, a lemon chican mound, pond filled with orange curd, ginger biscuits, stepping stones, chocolate, soil, pralines, everything, making plants. He goes, I can't afford to waste a single moment. And then one of his jars just breaks from the heat in the thing. And this, really like a storage jar just from the heat in the room. So that sets him back because then they have to deal with all that. And you see the production team jump into action. And he says, yeah, I got to start over because, and I mean, this wasn't his fault. So it ends up they make it right, but he's like, it was so far behind and stressed. But you do see them get back into action. He you see him talking to the production team. It's just like 20 minutes. I just lost 20 minutes of my schedule. They're watching. Kim Joy and Ruby are in control, but Rahul's got himself in a tiz, they say. And Paul says he might be pushing himself too much. We'll have to see his mindset, because if he's in this mindset, and he says, yeah, I got to calm myself down. Sandy checks in with him. He goes, maybe I need to stop baking. She goes, are you behind? He goes, yeah. And she goes, can I kiss you on the cheek? Yeah. He goes, kiss me on my forehead too. And he goes, yeah, that helps. So then Kim Joy and Ruby are starting to put stuff in the oven, their biscuits and their dough, and getting everything ready. So, yeah, it's interesting. They're doing all their assembly. Then Rahul's getting caught up. He starts getting stuff in the oven. Paul checks in. You calm down? And he goes, I'm really relying on this chocolate cake. He goes, if it's not okay, I'm toast. Bruce spying on Kim Joy. They give him an extra 15 minutes, which is the same amount of time they said that he lost. Will it be enough, though? For his rock garden, he needs time to bake not just one, but two cakes, two different types of cakes. The chican sponge, I got to crack on, he says. Then Noel's in Paul's chair. He goes, I'm practicing being a bit more judgmental. And Sandy goes, 3 hours. He goes, that wasn't a very good time call. And she goes, well, that's judgmental. Kim Joy's making a biscuit well. I don't know. Raul's doubting his cakes, but as they come out of the oven, Ruby's making her choux. Kim Joy drinks this, this one's interesting. Just call him, I don't know why, 20 minutes left in the episode. She's drinking some sort of sparkling strawberry-colored drink. And she's like really thirsty because it's so hot. And I said, that's a smart move, but what is she drinking? Finalists have to juggle the concoctions and creations, mascarpone, cheese icing, orange flavoring, lemon creme pat for my choux. That's for the filling for Ruby's. Rahul's making orange curd. He's coloring it blue, though. Blueberry dipping sauce for Ruby. 20 stages. Oh, we also get to see a lot of their notes in their process. Everybody's running around, proving impossible. Kim Joy's putting hers together like a jigsaw puzzle. She's like, I'm trying to assemble this. And then Noel has a good round of commentary. He goes, you really are whimsical. I associate you with whimsy. And I love how you don't care and just go for it. She goes, yeah, I like whimsical stuff. He goes, Ruby's doing unicorns, but I don't think she's whimsical. He says this loud enough for everybody to hear it. He goes, more stroppy. And Kim Joy goes, stroppy. And Ruby says, I'm not stroppy. I don't even know what that means either. Stroppy and whimsical. Rahul, what about you? He goes, depressing. That's how I'd describe me in one word. They have 90 minutes left, and they've still got a lot of work to do. They're starting to do toppings in the assembly. Kim Joyce is like, yeah, mine's going to be a little rustic. We see Ruby's map. Hers is really well mapped out. I mean, she has like a full, like a scale map, which I said, well, that's really good planning. Raul's like, oh boy, I'm too much. I'm in a mess. Oh boy. I'm going to start making my creme pat. Kim Joy's making her things. Ruby's trying to grab her stuff when different timers. I didn't realize too, you don't necessarily know if you're not at your station, if your timer's going off, because they think they're all using 2 stations. So they even have more room. And they get the shoe in the oven. I don't know what shoe is. I guess I never learned that this year either. It's like a puff pastry, I guess. I don't know. Puff pastry puff. Then Sandy comes through with Atlantis Island written on ancient Greek on the back of the pawn joke sign from back of French Week or whatever. Raul forgot to set his timer for a shoe pastry. 1 hour left. Noel and Sandy have switched seats. And he says, I got to go host the other show. I think it's probably a show Sandy hosts. Raul's begging and bargaining with his shoe that doesn't collapse. Ruby's making these mint chantilly mushrooms, not of chantilly lace, but with chantilly that you taste, I guess. Multitasking, making caramel. But Raul's even getting his platform ready. Kim Joy's making decorative seaweed. Everybody's trying to push through. It's going to be okay. Iso malt. I think caramel got a little burned for Ruby. She's running low on time. 15 minutes left. And putting the shoe on. Everybody's spray painting and decorating. Kim Joy makes these amazing seahorses, too. Snow-top mountains, painting a seahorse. What color is a seahorse, Kim Joy asks. Ruby's marshmallows or mushrooms are melting. She's trying to make Ruby's trying to make a bowl, and she actually gets a little too hot on her thumb or something. Bowl just does not work with the time she has left. Noel looks at the camera. Everybody's running. Some of the side things on Kim Joy's, some of her decorative stuff is just absolutely amazing. Her treasure box does thing. Raul starts making these amazing cactuses. I wanted to eat those. Kim Joy or Ruby's unicorns look more like puppies a little bit. There's a lot of shaking going on with Raul. Kim Joy and Ruby are getting into their final assembly because their time is up. Raul has 15 minutes left, which has got to be stressful because everybody's just watching him. But such good hugs between Ruby and Kim Joy. Raul's running around in the last minutes, lots of hugs and tears. And he's trying to get his, pond done. And, I mean, everybody's, feeling for him. You could tell he's really well loved because, I mean, Sandy's face and Noel's face, even Kim Joy and Ruby's face, and they say 1 minute. And he says, okay, I don't know if I'm missing anything or not, but tries to do a little bit last, green algae spray paint, and one last piping of decorative stuff. It splashes out again, and his time is up. He takes about 40 deep breaths, and then he hugs Kim Joy and Ruby. His hands are covered, so he can't actually hug them. They're hugging him. And they say, well done. Everybody's clapping. Sandy and Noel hug and laugh. They've left home now. They've grown up. Sandy's crying. I was definitely crying. Then they go sit outside. We start to see that this festival's going on with acrobatics and fun rides for the kids, picnicking, run around balloon animals. Then we hear interviews. So we see Bryony first. It feels like I just left, which is kind of true. She goes, or no, it feels like I've been gone forever. Then we hear John. He goes, yeah, kids are loving this party. Manon says, I'm cheering on Rubes, queen of the technicals. Dan thinks Kim Joy has it, her unique artistry. Anthony thinks Raul's going to have it. And the other guy, I forgot his name. I forgot a couple people's names. But then Karen says, I don't care. Good luck, whoever. She's not rooting for anybody. Said, okay. Then we say, okay, Ruby's up first to bring her showstopper up to be judged. And Noel helps her carry it up. Paul studies it. And he says, tell us about your landscape, please. She goes, a magical landscape, shoe mountain, lemon creme pat, a blueberry dipping sauce, passion fruit cake, and a unicorn. And they go, okay, this shoe pastry looks rocky, impressive. Goes, there's a bowl here, though. And she goes, yeah, I tried to make an isomalt bowl, but it didn't work. Tries a biscuit, cardamom, orange butter, cream. And say, it's very crisp, nice flavor, buttery, how it should be. Very good. The mushrooms are melted. Chantilly, raspberry gel, but it was too hot. Nice, a beautiful flavor comes through, delicious. Then they take the cake. Paul bites it first. And a beautiful sponge, flavors well, lovely. Then they do the shoe, and that one's not, doesn't work. It's bitter. Caramel is overcooked. Creme pat's good, but too bad about the caramel. Overall is good. Thank you very much. And they take it away. So you're like, okay, Ruby's in pretty good shape. Then they say, Raul, would you like a hand? Sandy gives Raul a hand. They bring his up. Thank goodness they got up there. I don't know why they didn't have a cart, but I guess transforming it to the cart. Say, okay, my showstopper an interpretation of a rock garden. Chocolate cake, buttercream, within buttercream, orange flavored, shoe mound on top, lemon jacquard, then a pond of orange, colored orange curd, shoe pastry, cream mousseline, cardamom, chocolate soil, some biscuits, like stepping stones. And he goes, sorry, I talk a lot. And they say, well, this is impressive. It looks natural. It's so natural, it doesn't make my mouth water, Bruce says. And Paul goes, yeah, it's a sludge pond. But then they take a biscuit of the stone, dip it in the sludge. He leans in, and they say, holy moly, this is good. Delicious. It melts in your mouth. Curd. Holy, whoa. Then they say these shoe buns look hideous. Praline, shoe, cardamom, and caramel. And Prue puts one in, and they say, whoa, this is delicious. Their minds are blown. Comes through your taste buds, one flavor after another. They pull the cake out, Italian meringue buttercream. Prue takes a bite of the cake. She goes, whoa, this is lovely. Jacquard, well-baked, aerated, excellent, Paul says. Then they take out the chocolate cake. Paul takes a bite, and Bruce says, if the other cake wasn't so good, this would have been amazing by itself. It's a very good cake. And Paul says, perfectly baked, clever, thinking things through. Bruce says, flavors are good, well done. So then Kim Joy's like, I got to go after that, which really kind of is not, I don't know if they draw for that or what. So Kim Joy gets help from Noel. They bring it up to the front. And Bruce says, wow, this looks great. Lost City of Atlantis, she says, ginger biscuit, ginger cake, caramel, praline, very colorful, very original, quite some delicate work in there. But they said, we would have liked to see the cake a little bit taller. They take the cake out. Paul takes a bite. And Prue takes a bite and say, okay, well, It's like a Jamaican sticky ginger cake. Cake's delicious, well baked. Flavor of the orange goes well. No, he said doesn't go well with the ginger. What'd you use? And she says extract. He goes, well, you should have used zest. Would have given it more tang. They have a biscuit with the caramel. And Bruce says, nice caramel, nice ginger biscuit. But then you had a ginger cake, Bruce says. So the ginger cake was gingery. Biscuit's kind of a letdown. And Kim Joy, you could tell, she's like, oh, no. And I go, yeah, got ginger cake. You're missing a trick here. You could have done something more. Falls a little bit flat. They also use this, like, focus poll in different times during the judging. But, yeah, I feel for Kim Joy. She does, like, maintain some dignity, even though it's, like, really, I mean, that must have been really hard. Because she was so far ahead, I felt. Then they go to the outside, largest crowd we've ever seen at a competition, waiting for the final decision. We do one last table talk. I think Kim Joy played it safe. Bruce says the style is rough and ready. That's what he says about Rahul. I loved Ruby's passion fruit cake. Sponge was delicious. Biscuit was great. So Sandy says, we have an outright winner. And they say, well, we could look at the challenges together. They all did very, very well. But someone stuck their neck out. And then Bruce says, one of the most consistent bakes. Another absolutely shown on design. And they say, well, good luck, because there's 700 people out there waiting for who you want to win. And then everybody claps as the winners or the three finalists come out. They're holding their bakes. And it's cool, really well decorated. You see some of their family and friends. Kim Joy says, she said, I'm so happy. And then they start hugging each other. She hugs John. And she says, hopefully I've done enough. Raul sits with his two friends. And you can see, he goes, I've done enough of everything. I just can. And they even laugh. You see, you got a mess all over yourself. Ruby says, yeah, I'm a comeback kid. She hugs Bryony. Bryony says, don't cry. She goes, Paul liked the cake. She gives Anthony a hug and introduces Rahul to her family. Ruby says, I'm more than happy with, I did the best I could. So then the judges and the hosts come out with flowers. I don't know if that's for first, second, and third. I didn't understand that, but everybody claps. Sandy says, thanks for coming. Let's get the finalists to come forward. A round of applause for them. And everybody claps. And beautiful, beautiful moment. So they stand up front. Everybody's cheering. They all hold hands, all the contestants. Ruby says, I love you all. And Noel says, I wish it could be all three of you, but you've been amazing. I love you all, but only one winner. And I like how they don't wait or anything. They don't have any gimmicks. They just say, and the winner is, there's a pause for a few beats, but they say, Rahul, who, I mean, I don't know. I really loved a lot of the contestants, but that was my favorite contestant. And then Kim Joy, so it's like, I don't know. And if you want another heart-wrenching moment of joy, 420, I mean, when he wins, his face, but then his friend's face, she's so happy for him. Oh, and she's like looking at people. Oh, it's just, and then everybody's hugging. I'm getting choked up. Holy moly. You're just so happy for a contestant. I don't know. I mean, this is where the show really excels. Paul even has a moment of humanity. I mean, not so, like he says, well done, mate. Very proud of you. Your mom would be proud of you. And he goes, what are you going to say? I don't know. I said, wow, even Paul's making me choke up. Sandy hugs him. She even whispers something to him. And Rahul says, I don't even know what to say now. Then all the other contestants come out. There's more hugging and cheering. Prue talks about how, his journey from unconfident that he kept going, never reined in his ambition, tried to do more than everybody else, paid off. And Paul's kind of loves it. I mean, he says, geez, he's one of these characters, and he doesn't even have any idea how good he is. And he goes, I'm going to miss him. He goes, he's one of those people you miss when they're not around. And he goes, his intensity and just so good at it. I don't know. So really nice moment. He goes, that's what's magic about him. Then they present him to the audience. Everybody cheers. Kim Joy says, yeah, I'm pleased for him. And I got into the final, so that speaks for itself. Then the whole cast that's present hugs one another. Ruby says, 11, this is the best experience of my life. I wouldn't change anything. And then Rahul connects with his friends. Again, he says, I don't know what to say. I don't know whether to laugh or cry or what. I don't know. I just feel like I need to talk with my mom. So then he calls his mom. Holy cow. He just keeps getting, and he says, hello, ma. And he says to her in Bengali, it says, like, let's see what, for some reason it's not coming through. Let me change, I'll be right back. I'm not going anywhere, but I got to turn off the English subtitles. So he says it in such a formal manner, but he's holding this flower. They gave the flowers to the contestants, so he's holding flowers. But then he calls his mom. He's sitting on the stone wall. As some dude walks by with like a plate of food, he goes, they've announced the results. And according to this year's results, I've won. And she says, oh, this is so much happy news. I've been praying. And, I'm so, I wanted you to have the strength. And she's just so happy for her son. And she says, he goes, yeah, she's happy about it. He says to the camera. So just beyond cute. Then it fades out. And then they lift him up, all the other cast members, they lift him up over his heads. He goes, no, don't do that. But they lift him up and carry him around, and they're cheering for him, dancing. Then it pauses. Then it goes kind of like a postscript. Since this last year's Bake Off, the bakers have been meeting up across the country. In London, Ruby Mannon and Anthony have been enjoying nights in with wine. So we see them enjoying wine. Then it cuts to Melda coming in from Northern Ireland to hang out with them. Then in West County, Terry and Bryony's daughter Nora for ice cream. Then in the North, Luke, I forgot your name, Karen, Kim Joy, and Raul have been taking turns hosting dinner parties and laughing. Dan still loves baking for his family, and Constance, who puts pie in his face. John's still supporting his Welsh football team and bakes for his family, and he's going to be a granddad. Then Rahul's parents came over to spend some family time, so they show him, like, presenting, like, a cake to them that he's a traditional English bake. They also hold his trophy. They're so happy for him. His mom holds his face. So cute. And that ends the season of it was great British Bake Off baking show. And it was such a joy to cover. And so that's it. Hope you're sleeping well. If you're a patron, we might have already gone through we probably went through all those extra behind the scenes or behind the facts episodes too. So good night, everybody.